Hello, everyone. How you guys doing? Wi-Fi is near his presence. Good morning, guys. Let's go, Cookie's hat. Morning, Lanky. How you doing, man? Um, hmm. Cookie hat. The DD tells us we shall rip. I kind of expect to rip with or without the Cookies hat, to be fair. 2 p.m. rip today. Totally meant today, right? Or, totally, yeah. I don't know. Actually, don't have any price action predictions for today. I think we might test like 190 at open if we gap up. Could postpone MOASS till Monday. No. Wear your cornub hat as it arrived. Did you send me one? I never adjusted any fucking Elliott wave. How dare you? Good morning, DJ. We always move up around the full moon. That's probably the most accurate analysis. I'm 2 plus 35 from 500,000 FTDs today. Those were due on that day, 2 plus 35 ago. Or for Will's day traders to jump in today or tomorrow for a mini launch back to 250, 300. They'd have to do that, Dr. Feelgood. If they don't, maybe we see more options nonsense occur. We ripping today? I hope so. You think today is going to be a good day? Ready for some red crayons? I'm not really ready for any red crayons. I think it'll either be good or kind of flat. Yesterday, I guess, yeah, we had like a little bit of consolidation from the previous day, but they're ramping up the short volume every day. Yesterday was like 67%, I think, and the day before was 70. Something's up. They've spent almost as much money this week on puts already that they did all of last week, and we're still kind of up from where we opened the week at. Sideways, you don't say. It's possible. I mean, if our volume remains super fucking low. Which TA are you following the most? I mean, Stotch looks really good right now, like the stochastic RSI. Um, that's indicating like a momentous breakout to the upside. MACD is about to cross over. That's good on the algorithm side for buying. But I'm still following the ascending triangle trend because we're well within it. We crossed that weighted VWAP average from March, so we're on the upside of like the long-term volume weighted average price, right? Yesterday we kind of fell down to it and bounced, so we'll see where that takes us today. I do expect we could gap up at open though and test 190. The gamma ramp is real strong, so yeah, it's posture. 6 minutes into the stream and no dislikes. That's awesome. This cat Vecna will be here any second. I'll ruin it all for everyone. Stop. Go up and away. Just show TAs you're following and whiteboard with your green marker to highlight those and discuss is very helpful for many of us. Yeah, I can show you guys. So if we go out to the daily, let's take a look at our MACD. So we're about to hit a bullish crossover on the MACD on the daily time scale. If we look here, we're waiting for the crossover of the signal line to the upside. This is really reflective of price action though. So we need to go above like 196 for this to cross over. A lot of algorithms use MACD though, so we could see some like net buying pressure pick up as we cross over. Also, we may see some action from the bull side as they lean into those calls at 200. And then Stotch RSI, which is a momentum indicator, not the same as RSI. Stotch RSI is picking up after that KD crossover that we had last Friday, right here, where we reached like almost historic levels of oversold for this year at least, and then we're heading up on that. So there's actually pretty decent buy pressure, but we need a little more momentum. As you can see, it's trailing a bit, so I expect that to come in as we continue heading up, but we'll see how that plays out. And then I guess I could show you guys the long-term trend. Way too big words this morning. All right, let's see. Let's see here. Okay, so if we look here on the 1 day, we had a nice like clean double bottom bounce off of the long-term trend line. And I expect by the end of the week, we should be able to clear at least the midpoint of this ascending channel. So 250-ish. We may just test it and fall back down before the week's out. But I do expect at least a test in here in the next 2 days. So we'll see how that plays out. That's about it. And that's kind of what I'm looking at. Right. Oh, wait, did you guys see that at all? Screen is on. Okay, so here. I don't know why it switched off. You see the double bounce here on the long-term trend. No epic pen. Yeah, I'm showing you now. So I expect a test of the center line on the ascending channel. So it's like around like 250-ish before the end of the week. We've had some where they did not bounce because of the offering. Yeah, but there's no offering this time. So $300 September 13th-ish. No. Definitely not that far out. That's if we just follow the ascending channel and have like no volume whatsoever. I mean, it could happen, but that's not the expected price action. Can I come work for you? No. Yeah, our downtrend from the share offering is already reflected in the technical analysis. I don't expect to see any more action due to it. Why do I still have that up? Sorry about that, guys. I'm doing all right, Average Joe. How are you, man? SPY, kind of level with it's open, down a little bit. That doesn't look super great coming into opening. AMC had a much stronger morning than us. This could be like very similar to last time where they kind of let everything else run before we do, right? So BB, BBBY, Knock, AMC, Naked Brands, like all that bullshit in order to like pad their capital margin requirements before they let GameStop run. They're spending a lot of money keeping it down though. That can't last. Bill Mayo, hashtag power of the whispering eye. Thanks, Dr. Feelgood. I appreciate that, man. So just popping in, drop a like. Thanks, God Kyle. Sundial? Unlikely. Costs, yeah. But there's issues with costs. You can't there's no options on costs, so there's other problems with that stock. Even though it correlates really strongly with GME, it's mostly just because they both have very small market caps, or floats, rather. So what happens if AMC halts again? If I don't remember it wrong, Jimmy spiked hard for a moment. Yeah, I think it did. That was weird, but yeah, I remember that. So yeah, we are looking for a gap fill. We filled this. We're looking to fill this. Heinz and CX. The inflation stocks. You think we'll ever have the volume we had in January? Someday. Kind of odd that they've had a rare buy alert every day for the last 4 months. Being a financial journalist is the easiest job in the world. It doesn't pay well, but it's pretty fucking simple. Probably, Mr. Diggs. Can you explain why it helps them letting other meme stocks run? I don't understand that. They can close out other positions, right? In order to extend their margin requirements for GameStop longer. Or positions where like Citadel's long on AMC, right? Accidentally bought the workbook. There's no stock split, Robin, your hood. It's not announced. There's no SEC filing indicating a stock split. Don't suggest that it is a thing that is occurring because currently it is not. Any thoughts on the mortgage delinquency freeze ending at the end of this month, possibly putting 19 million people out of their homes? Uh, no. It's going to be very interesting when there's a massive surplus of homes hitting the market, though. The market's going to crash. I mean, it sucks for anybody losing their home, obviously, but it's definitely going to have an effect on the housing market. Where's that tall, not red thing? Where? I don't know to what you were referring. It's true, Parrish. Also seems like the stocks wouldn't do much anyways. Yeah, it doesn't really change anything. It makes it would make the price much more attractive. We would get a lot more retail buying. Best GME entry price for the day. I don't know, man. It's under 200 right now. That's a pretty good place, I guess. We could hit a low of 180, 182. Like that seems to be where our we have decent support there, so Yeah, it does, rhubarbs. Ever consider drawing unpickled cucumbers? No. Ow. Tips during the VW squeeze, and what will be different about GMA? Volkswagen was sold 14% short. JC. It was 14% short interest. That'll be the difference. There was suspicion that it was higher, like around 30 to 40% in in actuality, but yeah. 14% reported short interest. GME's reported short interest is higher than that. How about the KBIO squeeze? I don't know what the fuck that is. It was the Kelly squeeze. I don't remember the short interest on that. That was like forced. That one was weird. Again, much like Porsche, though, you're dealing with a situation where most of the float is owned by one investor, right? Direct registration would be great. Well, how will that be great, Matthew Hodge? 18.5% short of float. Retail is not one investor. Retail doesn't behave as one investor, J Dog. So no, that's not an accurate comparison. Too late to get into Nura now. Can't trade before market. Uh yeah. No options. It's like a pump and dump. Bio run. I don't know. I don't fuck around with bio companies. They tend to be really good or awful investments. There's not a lot of middle ground on them. Abton what's very inaccurate? Couple posts saying there are 450 FTDs due today. Just wondering if you've seen them and had any thoughts. I haven't. They're saying it's T plus 35 from that date, from the last FTD cycle. I don't know. Did you see? I have a few to buyers, but I've never gotten well seasoned enough. Yeah, I do. Put put potato skins in the pans, Mora, with like a shitload of salt and oil, and just like burn it, and you'll get a really good seasoning on it. Get all the old seasoning off first, though. 2 plus 6 from ETF. Yeah, 2 plus 6 from the ETFs today. I believe. Right? From Friday? No, not today. Next Monday. The intro song prepped and ready to go. Sure. Once wouldn't lie. We ripping today? I hope so. And on and on. I mean, everything's pointing up. This is an excellent opportunity for bull side, right? Whether they take advantage of that or not, I mean, I can't tell that, right? T plus 6 doesn't include weekends. It's T plus 6 trading days, Ryan. It's not T plus 6 calendar. Ding ding. Oh, wait, no, it's not ding ding. It's too soon, Cancer. We're 10 seconds. Whole milk financial. I get off Discord and onto YouTube just for the intro music. Good call switching hats. Oh, we'll see about that. That's quality content. All right. 50,000 on the opening candle. It's kind of crap. Shorting a bit. Let's see. Any shares borrowed? No. Yeah, why wouldn't Nvidia be going up? They just split. Everybody who didn't want to buy Nvidia at 650 is getting in now, right? $35K borrowed? When? No. At least I don't have the update for there. Borrowed us. 35K available, not borrowed. From I borrowed us Latinus Nights this morning. They probably used those in pre-market. Thank you, Curious Dildan. Is it worth it to buy a high-class smartphone, or is a middle class sufficient enough? I guess it would depend what you do with your phone. I mean, 35,000 shares borrowed to short is not like a relevant number, right? $6.99K subs. I know, it's super bullish. I have a feeling today is the MOASS. We'll see. I mean, I expect us to go up pretty substantially, but we'll see if that plays out or not. You know what else would be bullish? 1K likes. But we'll see about that. This is a pretty slow market open. MACD crossover, it's going to be based on price action, Tom Kelly. So we're going to have to see some decent price improvement for it to cross over. 184.46 is up from 184.42. That's true. So the previous close was 185.81. Jesus, the stock doesn't move. Crossed this morning, then uncrossed. Interesting. On the daily, Bo Bandy? I wouldn't pay too much attention to that during after hours. So are there a lot of 200 puts? I don't think so. No. The puts really start below like 180. Use the usually sluggish summer volume to their advantage. Yeah. Yeah, markets usually pick back up in September, October. We'll see. We're moving inverse to it. Oh, is this the price action that I expected to happen yesterday? It could be. Although I think this is only like 4,000 shares. Might have. Was this negative beta? No. I used to think it was BlackRock versus. There's so many other participants, and everyone focuses just on BlackRock and Citadel. I don't even know if Citadel's the largest short position on GameStop. Like, there's a very good chance Susquehanna has a bigger short position. They're both short and probably fucked, but popcorn stock ripping. Yeah, I've read about 0.72. I mean, I think in assets under management, Susquehanna is larger. It's just so weird that everyone's like so hung up on that. Like they're all short, right? Vanguard's also long. Maybe Vanguard's just trying to fuck everyone. Who knows? Like we just have no idea in that like in the war of the hedge funds who's winning. Susquehanna is harder to say and spell. I don't see anybody going into Philly and flying drones around their building. Not like, oh look, Susquehanna's lit up at night. Dow dumping again. Spy coming down. It can still just bounce though. That's a bull flag. See how we have like an actual flag, like a flagpole. Oh, look at us go. It's because nobody wants to go to Philly. I think somebody has actually been to Sus HQ at night. Jesus. You know, you guys do know that there's always a market open somewhere, right? These fucking buildings are always lit up, packed. People are always working. Shows a gap up at 936, probably because of this, if that's what you're referring to. That's just the candlesticks. Sounding like a non-believer. In what? There's always a dumpster behind Wendy's. There's like, I mean, they have like crypto guys and shit that work all night, like all through the week in shifts. Paper handing increases or decreases? What does that do the potential stock price during this? The paper handers don't matter. Digital good time. I've been over this like 50 different times. Yeah, I know. Regular candles are disgusting. Do gaps actually get filled, or is it a psychological thing? Just go look up gap theory. Market makers like it. I'd rather have a better bull flag if I was going to make a video for it. That one's still like small, but it is one. Or it's a bull trap. The world's slowest one. This could be day traders getting out though, as we consolidate after that test. And it failed. You made a bull flag video about a month ago, didn't you? I made a uh like a short position covering video about a month ago. Where we were kind of running through like exits and stuff in what was a very tiny short squeeze. Tell your day trader friends to knock it off. Yeah, good luck with that. Most of my day trader friends, I don't think, go anywhere near GameStop. Like, you can make a lot of money on it, but the risk is huge. Honestly, with the low volume lately, day traders are probably even staying further away from it than usual. What are you doing, step broker? Oh, that reminds me. You know what we need? Holy shit. You super Stefan. Just leave it that large. Spies ripping? Not really. Is this what you call ripping? Yeah, they don't have to fill Monkey Tanja. They have a greater than 50% chance of filling, but they don't have to fill. It's just something that you kind of like take into account. We're gonna bounce on 180. I don't know if we'll get that low. 180 250 is pretty solid. At least it was yesterday. It held. Maybe we'd MOASS if your authority was derived from runic glory and not market manipulating pickle art. Nonsense. Prediction on WeBull hit 1 million volume today. Currently, never. Hmm. Volume drier than usual for first thing. Yeah, this is really low. This is really really fucking low. Let me update Reddit real quick, guys. What's with Reddit today? No, this isn't a Head and Shoulders. I want Musk to hype GME. Unlikely. I think he got in trouble for that already. Reddit is really shilly today. How's the secret theory DD coming along? It's fine. I'm still waiting on things. Only several more days before I have confirmation of it, like one part of it. It'll be ready when it's ready. I'll let you guys know in advance when it's coming out and everything. Or if it is. Hi, Gurk. I'm doing my wannabe rich homeworks, and I was wondering on which time scale should I look for a golden cross on moving averages after the crash. Also, are the moving averages so you can watch the golden cross on several time scales? I would confirm it at least on the 4 hour before moving into positions. LM. And ideally on the daily, but that might be a little late. So a pretty solid confirmation of a crossover on the 4 hour would be like kind of the sweet spot. What happened to the nice run up? Well, we gapped up into open and failed the test because we have no volume, and it fell back down. The opportunities for the stock to go up are there. It's just no one's pushing it up. It could be that long side knows that, you know, the short side has to buy in today, so they have no desire to like buy the actual stock, right? They can just position on the options chain and then let the shorts drive the price up. You gotta think on multiple levels here, right? Like obviously longs have been spending quite a lot of money this week setting up for increased price action, right? So they're probably assuming that they don't have to be the purchasers of the actual stock and they can just hold leveraged positions, right? Like, it's what I told you guys is that, like, you know, we already have guaranteed buyers on the sidelines. Birthday, Jamie, this morning. Happy birthday, bud. Don't these whales know I have a weekly option that expires tomorrow? Where we MOASS before your DD is done. There is, Andrew. That could happen. I'm okay with that. My desire to be right only outweighed by my desire to be rich as fuck. Why do the shorts have to buy back today? There's FTDs that are possibly due today. Or, you know, like the longs wait till the shorts are buying back, right? And then buy a little, right? And keep raising the price ahead of them as the shorts try to buy in, which can accelerate price improvement rapidly, right? I dare you, I become rich before I post a DD. Unacceptable. If shorts have to buy today, then we probably won't see action until maybe the last hour. That's not necessarily true. Someone drop a bag of Coke into the Vanguard ventilation system. Probably don't need to. I'm sure they have plenty. Pickle North my husband. I'm at home here. I'm sorry to hear that, C Pickles. My visa interview for America. Bullish. Nice. Out of curiosity, is your DD something that can be confirmed post MOASS? I just like knowing things. Yeah, possibly. Old Will's not bringing the volume when it would be easy to push it up. Well, but why push it up when, like, so if the shorts are already buying in, right? Then the whales can buy in behind them, right? And, like, push it even harder, which forces the shorts to buy in at higher and higher prices, which then pushes it even harder. And then we hit the gamma ramps, right? Here at, like, 200, 210, right? There's always a strategy to everything. Especially with a stock like this, where it's, you know, so potentially volatile. They don't go into this just like, let's buy some. So if, like, that's how you squeeze the shorts, right? That's what you do to shorts. There's no T plus anything that says the shorts have to buy back today. They should have to. What caused the last rise to 344? Same shit. I'll tell you what stopped the rise is the at the money share offering. Some nice info statement. What's a short squeeze? I bought a 300 for the week, had $9 in my account. Why not? If we test 250, that should print. Yeah, it could. It might not. We'd have to test 250 in a very, very strong fashion. It does seem like we usually get gamma ramps up to 180 and then again over 200, but always seem to have a gap in OI around 190. Any idea? It's just not like a psychologically popular range to buy options in, right? People buy options at like psychological increments, or at least retail does. Like, how many of you guys have a 202.50? No one, right? Like, everyone will just buy like a 200 or a 210, but like a 202.50, relatively the same price action as a 200, but way cheaper. 195 and 197.50. You're the man, Josh. What's an option? They're optional. Dan Almighty. But like, I'm just saying, like, it's unusual for people to buy non-psychological resistances. So you'll see an abundance of options, like open interest at like numbers like 200 or 150 or, you know, 175. We will build the ramp ourselves. Yeah, you don't have enough money. We had enough money for a perm, but not enough money to build a gamma ramp. Warden tried to fucking do that. That was his whole thing. That's how he fucked everyone. Interesting is Jamie from Trades Fighting also said there's a massive psychological resistance to push through the 190s, but once we get through it, yeah, generally the basics of technical analysis will be picked up by everyone doing technical analysis. Mech. The issue with that though, right, is like funds like Citadel and stuff also have technical analysts. that sit around doing what I do, right? But on their side. And so they know when we're expecting like breakouts and like they know when to like stuff the price of the stock psychologically. How much money do you hypothetically need in your account for that option and to exercise it? It depends on if your brokerage has sell to exercise. Yeah, but they don't have your quant guy. BlackRock, Fidelity, Vanguard, Long Plant guiding us to Valhalla. No. Is there any chance they're deliberately going against the popular TADD to try and rattle confidence? Oh, yeah, absolutely. All of our breakouts are shorted. I mean, to the point where, like, I delay breakouts when drawing my technical analysis, right? Because I know they're going to short, like, the actual breakout point. She spoke to me in a dream. Can you look at Crocs? What's that? CROX? Like actually Crocs? I saw somebody wearing these in public the other day. Why is their stock worth so much? I mean, it's up. I don't know why. It's like way the fuck up. It's like your all-time highs. It looks bullish. I mean, it could run more. I don't know what the fuck's going on with them. News. Strong Q2 results. I guess people are buying more Crocs. I don't know how much range it has, right? Because it's at all-time highs. It's interesting. It's chasey. Super chasey. Failed the test at VWAP. This is the new spy. Duh. Bullish on any stock made immortal. I used to have to wear them when I worked in a kitchen. They make like a chef's shoe that's really good. But that's the only time I've ever worn them. And they have like special grippies so you don't slip on grease. Why are people buying shoes during the... You'd think shoes wouldn't do well during the pandemic as no one was going out, right? You'd think like pajamas would do well. So you and Jimmy were running identical today. I know, Renzer. You don't have to tell me. They were doing it yesterday too. They're gonna continue to do it until they don't. I'm not expecting them to have to settle any FTDs today, right? I think we are. Ooh, short attack. Doing shorts. Ooh, let's check the options. GameStop. This chat has helped me overcome my crippling depression. Everyone, thanks, gang. Oh, awesome, Bob. I'm glad to hear that, man. We enjoy having you here. Crocs are the pajamas of shoes. They're definitely an outdoor shoe. Let's see what happened there. Well, it's not from the options chain, at least not this one. Let me check ETFs. Ooh. Yeah, that's probably where it came from. Currently, yeah. So 1.1 million in the money puts bought for October in ETFs. That's definitely not. It's all block orders, right? Yeah. 2,500 shares shorted. And then the rest of it's all like block orders from hedging. $80,000 volume. More. Like almost 100K volume. It's like 1/3 of our volume for today. Are you implying the existence of an indoor shoe? Max Payne's 185. Strange. Yeah, they are. I would have gotten beat up if I wore Crocs to high school. Bob for mod. You didn't get beat up in high school? No, I was too big at that point. I got beat up a lot in middle school. There went 182.50. Yeah. I'm smashed right through it. Although we're kind of coming back a little bit. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see if they keep shorting. Will the SPY come down really hard? Nope. Just got poke it with a stick. When I first started watching, you didn't put a lot of weight into options data. Did something change? Access to real-time options data was pretty big. KO. And from what I can tell, accurate real-time options data. Also, there's no liquidity in the stock, so they have to use something else to short it, right? We had, when you first started watching, we still had liquidity. There was, millions of shares, hundreds of thousands of shares to borrow every day. They were able to short the stock using actual borrowed shares, and that's all gone. What's Stefan's bull's name? Mayo. Mayo the bull. He's got MOASS. Then you can shake a stick at. End of day. 185 or 184 again. They're going to keep suppressing it. We'll see. Was that a bad Head and Shoulders? No, because you shouldn't really count pre-market action. There's not enough volume. It's just a downtrend after the failure at like if we go back and look, it's just a downtrend from the failure at 187. And then we failed VWAP, right? And that was just like a perfect opportunity to try to short, at least on the back of day traders, right? Is it more expensive to short via in the money puts? Yeah. It can also like run away from you faster. It's just like buying stock versus buying options, right? Like it's much easier to get fucked on the options. Actually, I think last week when we hit 151, they got fucked pretty hard. A lot of their in the money options were around like 160, and we bounced pretty hard off of that dip. What ETF are you seeing volume on? Um, Ew, a Lara bar. YouTube background. Cage. Who are the short hedge fund premium the premium to and buying all these options? Whoever's market making. I mean, it could be retail, um, selling, like whoever's selling the contracts, right? I know everyone wants to think that there's a direct, like, that's like Citadel, the short hedge fund, and Citadel market maker. Like this. But that's not the way it works. There's lots of market makers. There's individual investors that sell options. You can't like pick and choose who you're buying your options from. It's not like a dark pool where you have like an order between two parties occur. They're really pushing. Push, push, push. I'm in a non-legal country. What? But just like the 170s, I do not accept this short attack. Move stick boy. $150 close. Let's go. Fuck you, Kenny. Hashtag not my short attack. Stick boy or Mayo? Get a VWAP hat? No. We're testing cause theory about the cookies hat, so. Fishing people with banana bait seem to work a little better, just saying. It's because you've tagged movie stock in your description. If you think that's a bad idea, You're silly. I feel like I have a compelling argument against the movie stock, and it should be heard. It's logical to think that with no volume, they can short with borrowed, then buy back FTDs and close the price where they stayed from. No, it's not. I'm listening. So amazes me that. Well, blatant stock manipulation is not unusual, Jacob. No one's cared before, and no one's going to care now that 500,000 investors care, right? I wonder if Sherman got out. Do anybody have the information on when Sherman could sell whatever shares he had? Intel earnings today, is it worth a buy? I don't know. AMD kind of killed it. I can't imagine Intel's being all that great. At least in comparison. Oh yeah, if there was no AMC, it probably would have been GG back in March. I thought he barely sold in the past to cover his taxes or something like that. Last I remember, he lost some shares, and I thought his shares. So I know he has restricted stock that he can't sell. I know a bunch of shares were taken away from him, but I know he has some. No, you didn't read a filing that he sold. I know what filing you're referring to, but that's not what it was. But he had some that he had available to sell. It wasn't very many, but I was curious about it. I'll have to go back and look myself. I mean, I know there's people that since joining this channel have moved from AMC to GME. I didn't tell them to, but they did, you know. I like to think I at least present a compelling case. That's the best I can do, right? But to not tag AMC would be silly, right? Because the more apes in GME, the better, right? That's definitely one of the missions of this channel, is to inform people on GameStop and get them interested in it. Because there's unfortunately not a lot of good media out there around GameStop. I like to think they're too savvy to get tricked, but AMC has evidence that the shills still have the ability to move apes. Absolutely. Well, I suspect they'll have another opportunity for that. AMC down 5% on the day. I love watching the volume it takes to bring the price down, then watching the same volume that brings it back up. Yeah, it's always funny. 100,000 shares to bring it down $2, you know? See? Slinger dropping his positive GameStop testimony. Pretty much right, Digital Good Time. I'll admit it's not easy, right? Like the AMC streamers are way more popular, but I do what I can. What? Why was my graph show? Well, it's a bug of some sort on your side, man. It's true. AMC's for the pores. Well, there's a lot more pores. I agree with Cornub on that. It is a poor man's GME, Cornub, but it is a different play. Like the correct play on it is a different play. But the play that the majority of people that own AMC are playing is a poor man's GME. Can you do me some of that confirmation bias? It's a lot. It's still rolling in. They're going to fight for 180. What's the possible low bounce for today? 180 is kind of as low as I really expect it to go. I mean, yeah, I guess I could short it if we don't have any, pressure on the buy side, but poorly informed. I agree, yeah. I would just stick to day trading. Would I occasionally day trade AMC? Probably. It has a lot of volume. It's risky, though. Thank you, NW. How do you plan to protect yourself from short hedge fund assassins? I don't care. We get a security guard. I've seen quite a lot of posts saying that the margin call price keeps decreasing. If this is true or just hopeful, people not realizing that short hedge funds are earning money elsewhere. Yeah, I think it's just mostly hopeful. I think the margin, uh, like where we start to see margin calls on larger positions, still happens pretty high up. It may have decreased a little over time, but yeah, they make money other places, right? Thanks, Howard. I love it when people describe me as high energy. A split would hurt would hurt the hedge funds, the short hedge funds. Was the market being a temperamental little brat today? Could be the jobs report. If it wasn't lucrative to short the stock, they wouldn't do it, right? I think a lot of it's price suppression, Kelly Rice. They need to keep the price down because statistically, in the past, above 180, we trade much more volume. Like between 180 and 300, we trade a lot more volume than we do at 180 or below it. So they don't want volume to come in on the stock. That's very, very bad for them, right? Because as we know, buy pressure increases the price much faster than selling it. Yeah, split would definitely bring in more buyers. If they announced a split, I'd buy more pre-split. The run-up pre-split could trigger MOASS if they announced one. But I don't think they're going to announce one anytime soon. And if they do, it'll be pretty far out. So I would get a loan for a split. So would I. What, if any, downside is there with a split? More paper hands, I guess. More available shares. Harder to lock up a larger float. That would be the downside. Yeah, I think the SEC's got their hand in the mix as well. It's been over 8 months now. It's a good question, Gail. I would imagine lawyers have advised them to just keep their mouths shut and continue business as usual. Have you heard about OA6L? No. A dividend's even more unlikely than a split, CJ. A dividend, I would say, is one of the most unlikely things for GameStop to do. A split at least makes sense. If we own the float, wouldn't we just now own the split float? Yeah, we would. It's a new GameStop stock? I have no idea. What, on what exchange? No, the NFT is pretty fucking unlikely. In any as it pertains to a stock, the NFT is more unlikely than the other two. Doctor Feelgood. They're buying fractional GME shares for less than market. Are they? Is there any proof of that? Or is that just retail buying fractional GME shares? I know about it. People have been caught doing that, using fractional shares to bring the price down, but it's illegal and obvious. So I don't know if they would go that route. I think NFT as a dividend was the plan. I don't think so. I think the NFT is related to their business, if anything, and not the stock at all. It's on the London exchange. I bought the dip. No, no haircut, Luca. One day. How do I convince people the reported short interest is true and is not manipulated? I mean, Volkswagen's reported short interest was 14%. Shouldn't that's enough for a short squeeze, right? Only 69 bullish. Yeah, I saw that open mark. I know people from California say lawyer. Ugh. I want to meet the person who's made money from watching Jim Cramer. Somebody did an analysis of his picks, and like if you bought the stock the day he told you to, and then sold it the next day, you'd make a lot of money. It was like 14% or something gains. Kramer pump and dumps. But if you held it, you would lose money over time. He's an activist investor trying to do things different. I disagree with several parts of that statement. Existential. He's not an activist investor. He forced a hostile takeover of a company that had a decent shot at a turnaround and a profitability. That's not an activist investor. It's not like GameStop has like figured out how to fucking desalinate water or something or trap carbon. No, I don't think the reported short interest for GME is accurate. But he said he had friends that think it's accurate, and if they do, I told him to tell them that the reported short interest on VW was 14%, which is lower than GameStop's reported short interest. Pay attention to the things I say, and I don't have to answer questions like that. For some reason, a lot of people seem to think that Ryan Cohen is on the side of people trading a short squeeze on his stock. He's not. Short squeeze traders, like, sure, maybe we'll buy back in after the short squeeze. You have short squeeze traders over here, and then you have short hedge funds over here. He's kind of stuck in the middle, you know? He's trying to create a successful business. It's all good, Tambourine. Like, his interests don't really align with either side, right? He doesn't need to shake them ASAP. They'll get shaken off the stock just by him doing his job. Why don't people understand that? If GameStop just keeps becoming a better and better company with better and better earnings and more profitability and a larger e-commerce footprint, this shakes the shorts off. He's got all the time in the world, right? He's already rich. He doesn't care. Disagree because of the loyalty of all the newly minted millionaires. That's fleeting at best. People are inherently greedy. You can't, yeah, there's nothing to really TA. It's just sideways chop on no volume. Everyone's got their own personal billionaire that they love. It's like the people who bought, Tesla 5 years ago and people who fucking bought Amazon in 2000 love Bezos, It's common. It's a common psychological thing. That's correct, Robin Your Hood. OC almost certainly sells the secondhand digital games, which would be an incredible. Yeah, it's an incredible business move. I agree. Being able to create a used digital game marketplace, it definitely has a lot of value. Poor people always idolize billionaires. Well, they're the feudal class. Yes. What's the sentiment that, like, we're all gonna have like 10 million a share, and what are we gonna do? We're gonna spend $1 million of that at GameStop? GameStop doesn't sell $1 million worth of shit that I want. And like, I mean, just common sense is going to play into it, right? If like Amazon is selling a PS5 for like 350 in a couple years and GameStop's selling it for 400, guess who's selling all the PS5s that day? Like it's still like a business. Stop tying your fucking emotions and shit into this. Get rich, move on. I'll buy more GameStop after the squeeze. I'll buy it as a long-term investment. I think they're a great company. But up until the squeeze, I'm trading their stock. It's a long-ass trade, but it's a trade. $10 million is weak. Let's see you say that at 10 million. WW11. Can it go higher? Fuck yeah. Have the shorts covered? They have not, Brad. No, it's not that it won't happen because it would cost them money to do so. It's because they need that money to grow the business. They're not companies that are in a growth cycle do not offer dividends, generally speaking. They could offer a tiny one to get some shorts off, but it's unlikely. It's very unlikely. It's strategically a bad business move. And then an NFT dividend comes with a whole slew of other fucking issues. Lawsuits, like future litigation, bad press. Yeah, if you can hold Victor, there's no reason why not. The argument that it can't happen because it hasn't happened is not a valid argument. Yeah, I'd probably say so, Corey. Stu, I don't know, but they could. Every psychological benchmark will be a test of how diamond-handed people are. 500, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. But it doesn't matter because so much of the float is locked up. So if people paper hand early, sucks for them. Stopped ranting and it went red. The squeeze ends when the trading computers have all the real shares, right? Well, it doesn't end, right? The trading computers, they're going to shut down as probably as soon as the short interest is below 100%, right? And then they're going to manually trade because at that point, like, algo buying is just going to lose them shitloads of money. But that's a benefit for apes trading the peaks, right? Because the volatility will be substantially reduced. Girk, what's your floor? High. I agree, Greg. I don't think the infinity pool will ever happen. If it does, it'll happen briefly, and it will get shut the fuck down. Which point do you think the government will intervene? Any situation that creates an infinity pool. Anything, any tie up, ultimate tie up of the global financial markets into one stock will cause political and political pressure and government intervention. They'll let it run. They'll let shorts get squeezed. They'll let it peak. But if that peak goes on too long, they will shut it the fuck down. Absolutely. We've gone to war for less money than that. Can they refuse a trade? Like, here, guys, I'll offer 37 million. They'll just say no. Well, that's why they would switch to manual purchasing, right? Is because the algo would just buy it, right? Like, if you put in an ask at 37 million, the algo would just buy it if it's like trading at 10, right? And that's why they'll switch to manual trading, because they can just like not buy that order, right? They'll buy within a range. Like, they're not going to let the algo just spike the bid out of control forever. What's the lowest number you think is a meme? It's hard to say. There's no cap. Like, it's exponential. Didn't you guys take fucking math in high school? Do you not know what infinite is? It is all numbers between 0 and infinity. $179.26 right now. Just chopping. There's no volume at all. Major Thompson, nobody will pay us over 30K a share. Why? Why is that his number? What basis for that does he have? Right? I know that, TikTok. Kirk, your bills. I don't have any. 1 million per share is 58 trillion. That would drain hedge funds, but not the DTCC. The DTCC is valued at 60 trillion, I believe. Also, hold on. Let me get this really fucking clear for those of you that don't seem to understand this. There will not be 58 million shareholders at 10 million a share. Prisoner's dilemma be damned. There won't be that fucking many people there. Maybe 3-4% of the current total shareholders will still be holding at that point. So when you say 10 million a share, figure for 10 million shares. Not for 58 million shares. What are your thoughts on the Steam Deck? I don't really have any. DFE might. Experienced traders, the people that will hold the longest will be experienced traders because they know what to look for in exits, right? They're experienced trading high volatility. And people with like X and XX shares. These will be the people that will be the most strongly motivated to hold the longest. The people that will be so afraid of missing out. Clip all of that. Mm. Yeah, suppressing the price does increase the potential of the next run up, John. Did you ever figure out your prediction error yesterday? It wasn't an error. I just thought we would have a repeat of action on a specific day, and we didn't. I was seeing if one thing was like another. No one. That's all. I'm fine. It's just people get caught up in so much confirmation bias and bullshit that like they ignore blatant facts. Hold up is the new casino bot. You think MOASS soon? It's hard to say when it's gonna start or happen. It'll happen. You have to be patient though. It's just another thing that people are trying to hook their hopes on. Is like GameStop coming to the rescue with some dividend or some announcement or, you know, to end the people don't want to wait. People are impatient. I haven't quoted Warren Buffett in some time, but he's right. I didn't say there won't be a dividend. Hold up. I said it's very unlikely. I definitely don't think there's going to be a crypto dividend. The YY5 what? Are we seeing similar price action the April-May timeframe dip? No, we're not. I was thinking May, June, but it's also not the same as that. That's what I was thinking yesterday, so that's what I was looking at. Lots of salt in the chat. Downvote and move on. Seriously. You're not a believer. I don't think any stock trade should be based on a fucking belief system. If you believe something, that means that you're in denial of some fact. I expect them to have a better earnings report than last quarter, Pagny. Praise be Lady View up. I heard RC can't speak publicly. Yeah, but they have. I mean, like for any company news, they're allowed, you know, to release PR. Like RC personally, uh, may have like kind of like a gag order, but like ever like the PR department and stuff, they can reach out, they can talk, they can say whatever they want. He can tweet cryptic shit. That short attack cost more than 100 million. Which one? Last week? Yeah, I'd say so. Mm, no, I don't think so, Unimog. Hmm. Also, even if you meet all the requirements for the S&P 500, that does not mean that you'll make it into the S&P 500. Now say that now before that starts getting talked about in 2 quarters. Ladder attacks? A little bit. One really big short attack. Yeah, I slept. Actually got pretty decent sleep last night. I feel good. Calls on Kirk's optimism. No, not on edge. Mike Nolan, thank you so much for the donation, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I do, Ricardo. No, not on edge. Just tired of all the misinformation. It's annoying. It's a distraction. No, a stock split would be excellent for us. I don't know if it'll happen. It's kind of unlikely, but it would be great. No, I didn't have any breakfast this morning. Kirk, have a Snickers. Thanks, Carl. Sean Booze, the more people who join the channel, the worse it's going to get. Might as well get used to it now. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm used to it, but I'm still going to, like, rant about it when it happens. Get yourself some pancakes. That sounds kind of good, actually. Based on this trend, bounce around 170. We could turn around before then. There's still no volume. You're not going to bounce with no volume, right? You still need like a reversal. We have like a downward, like a descending wedge, but well, we have to see how that breaks. People going on about NFT dividends and stock splits. All right, get out of here with your conspiracy theory shit. Hold up. Yourself a bacon, egg, and cheese. Thanks for keeping it real. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Does anyone speak whale? I saw that there are 450K ETF FTDs landing today. Well, we'll see when. That'd be interesting, as it would be like almost half of our volume for the day. Buy pressure, and there's a pretty decent bid ask spread right now. Got $1.30 at the midpoint. I think most people shouting NFT dividend don't understand what an NFT is. That's also true. Isn't it more realistic that they covered a lot of those FTDs? You mean on Tuesday? We ran up on Tuesday. We were kind of flat Monday, right? Am I misremembering? Yeah, we ran up on Tuesday. Monday was okay too. But no, unlikely. This was probably market makers from last week's options action. How long can the short hedge funds keep this up, you reckon? There's no way to know. Assume that it can't be found out until it's over. Do you think BlackRock is lending shares into short hedge funds? Absolutely. I was going to spend $5 on a coffee, but instead decided to use my wife's Nespresso. Thank you, Truth State. I appreciate that, man. Q triple stamp, a double stamp. Shorting. Yeah, there was one big short attack. The rest of this is just low volume sell pressure. Short pressure. It's probably vis-a-vis the options chain again. I heard all shorts must cover. That's correct. Shorts are just buyers waiting to buy in. Just trying to. What is this nonsense? Yuck. Mm-hmm. 200 and 250 calls coming in for August. A lot of 180 puts being bought. $200K. 400. 430,000 and 180 puts. On top of the shorting. It can't be fabricated or replicated by the short hedge funds, but they'd still have to have access to it. That was what happened with Overstock. That was the issue, is they didn't give access to the short hedge funds to pay the dividend. Hambanan, my kitten Hobbs is on my lap watching with me, so we say hey. Hey. I think Stickboy has been overworked these past 3 days. Possibly a little bit. $430,000 on contracts, yeah. So far today. That's just at the 180, like 180 puts. There's a lot more money than that came in, but those are the ones that are currently relevant. Just got here. Is Kenny doing a short again? Yep. use this money however you deem fit. Thank you for all you do. Everyone else, smash the like. Thank you, Carl. I appreciate that, man. Very satisfying buying the counterfeits. Mayo Bull needs a pickle whip. How low do you think we'll go now? We have resistance at 175. We have resistance at 170. Seem to have like at least a buy wall at 175. Market orders instead of limit to see it reflected in the price. Yeah. I liked the stream better on Tuesday. That's fair. So did everyone else. But unfortunately, we're going to have days where we're not up. And, you know, got to hold your shit together through those. This is not good for my 480 calls on Friday. Yeah, I'd imagine not. So apparently Snickers can get you some satisfaction from cravings. Thank you, Snickers. I appreciate that. Wasn't there a lot of 180 calls purchased for this Friday? Yes. There still are. But see, the calls are being bought out of the money, right? The majority of calls are out of the money. The puts are being bought in the money. So like, it seems like the expectation from institutional investors is that the shorts will have to push the price up. So they're buying the majority of their positions out of the money. They've bought some in the money, but the majority of the positions are out of the money. They're using the options chain. I mean, they had some shares back here. You know, whenever they can get their hands on some shares or they have some and use them, they do effectively. But this is from the options chain. This is naked short selling. By market makers. We've had weeks of constant down. That's not true. We were up a lot on Monday and Tuesday. Equal, actually, to the dip. If you go out on like the 30-minute time scale, you can probably see it. See? Equal. This is the shorting. Right? So they shorted it down. We came back up. No actual change, right? They're shorting it down now. We'll probably come back up. It's just every time we come up, it's not
like the one before it, right? So when we run up like that, there is always the potential. This is kind of what technical analysis analyzes, is that there is the potential for it to break out. Not a 7-day cup and handle.
God damn it.
I mean, that the money offering's been over for a while. We've already seen the action from that occur. Show your net gains to the duration. Oh, you know, fuck this guy. Yeah, we got a troll. Hold up is actually Warden. If it was a battle between whose TA was more accurate between me and Warden, I would definitely win. Missed a Ko-Fi from a concerned viewer, I think. Oh, I did. You mean from you, GME? Sorry, man. I don't have my headphones on. I'd stick a pickle. Man is tired. I think that if you bring out Cardi VWAP, he might have 2 sticks to poke the stock with. Wink, wink. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. We'll see. I might draw Pickle soon. He's just here to bitch and whine. I don't need that. We need more bulls. Possibly. Spy slipping. Ooh. It is. Not a lot of volume on it, though. We'll see. It might pick up. Respect. We need whatever generates volume. Yeah, we do. Wave is a trailing indicator. The bull needs to be milked. It's too worked up. It needs to be let loose. Oh. All right, I'm gonna get some more coffee. I'll be right back, guys. For those of you listening in, 177.25 looks like we're turning around on the 175 resistance. And I'm back. Are those bull flags?
Sort of.
I'll update Reddit real fast. Hmm. The website's down for Fidelity? Fidelity's been having a lot of down lately. What the fuck? Yeah, Fidelity's down. This is MOASS. Hmm. Yes, you can, Moon One. Was the Fed doing any, like, tests today? It's weird that they're all down. VIX looks fine. This is horse ass. Hmm. Reddit's not down. WeBull's still working. Yeah, sorry. I guess I could check if Robinhood's working. Oh god, I can't remember my password. Um Yeah, Robinhood's working. Schwab's still working. There's just Vanguard and Fidelity. Those are like two of the largest brokerages holding GME though. Thank you, Chachi. TDA is fine. Okay. You're on Fidelity, George? I just tried to log in and I couldn't. Yeah, ATB is working fine. You know, there will come a time when you guys will be thankful of Vanguard and Fidelity's outdated old systems because they tend to work a lot better in moments of volatility and high stress situations. I'm logged into IBKR right now. I haven't gotten kicked or anything. The stream's lagging? Shouldn't be. This seems more like a server side issue than any kind of like attack. I guess, but like, if we can't sell, the price, yeah, the price just keeps going up. It's the buying they're afraid of. That's what the fear is. FOMO. FOMO's the key to all of this. FOMO is what takes it from a manageable spike into the stratosphere, right? Is the Space Jam site still up? Some of it kicks in around 200 and a lot at 250. You can look at historical volume spikes at each price point, and 250 is kind of the big one. LimeWire still working. Moon's definitely still on the menu. We're not even down that much. Just find out where they source the data from, Olaf, and then look. $250 end of day. I hope so. Huh. Let me check my ATP. One sec. Oh, I'm logged out of ATP. No, I can't log in. Just give it a minute. The stock hasn't shot to the stratosphere yet. Don't worry. $7,500 buy order at 177.50. UPS plug in the content delivery network. I mean, why is WeBull up then though? Like WeBull and Robinhood are probably like the most used brokerages. So if it was just like an all-out attack on like the financial infrastructure, no, but WeBull's updating. Yeah, I mean, no shares are being traded, but it's updating. We're watching pre-recorded price action. It's Russia. Yeah, we're well aware, Grizzled. It's private price action filmed in front of a live studio audience. As an AWS. Why would you be checking the GME investor relations page? Breaking news. Associated Press reports that YouTube streamer going by the name of PieFi has crashed the world banking investing due drawing of pictures of pickles and bulls. More updates at 12. Sounds about right. My grandma's down. Bezos took out the satellites. That's what he went up there for. Oh, we're at 7K subs? Awesome. Thank you guys. Woo. We did it, guys. There's 7,000 of us in here. Or occasionally watching. Now go for 7K likes. I've subbed 6,999 times. That's awesome. 7K pickle subs. That's the catalyst. I'm like afraid of hitting 10K because when you hit 10K, like the distance from 0 to 10 is much shorter or much longer than the distance from 10 to 100,000, and I don't want 100 fucking thousand people in here. Hmm. That's interesting. Face reveal at 100K. Ugh. At 10K viewers, it becomes an AMC stream. No, it doesn't. No number of subs could get me to turn this into an AMC stream. The only way that happens is if Ryan Cohen calls me and offers me 300,000 shares. And then, yes, it will become an AMC stream. The minute it's win MOASS by 5. I know, right? AMC shield confirmed. No, 300,000 shares of GMA. Think of the audience you would have with 100K. You could do so many things. Maybe even make a living off streaming. But that's not what I want. I want to make a living off being rich from stocks. Sell out. Can you get a hat that says shill? What if Mayo Kenny Boy offered you 300% of the float? What float? He doesn't own any of the float. He's short. Literally and figuratively. Beef stock millionaire. See if you're wearing a Citadel hat, rubbing your hands and saying, all right, Ape Gang, here comes another AMC rip. I couldn't do it. There's no amount of money that can turn me into that good of an actor. That's the problem. Kenny offers you 25 million a share. What do you do? Isn't that what happens during MOASS? You're describing MOASS, Darth Pickles. Can you draw a Blue Origin pickle rocket? No, that's not appropriate. I slipped into your DMs on Discord again. If I'd ever watched Dragon Ball Z, I would understand that. We touched on inflation and pork futures? No. Hey, don't knock the free stonks on WeBull, all right? They've made me a majority shareholder of Cemex. Kirkshire Hathaway. You know what'll happen? This is how you guys can tell. This is the signal I'll give you that I've been bought out. I'll start doing Elliott waves on stream. If that happens, I've sold out to the man. Yeah, I'm logged into IBKR. I guess I could try buying a share. Hold on. What's GameStop at? 177.56. Okay. My order filled, so IBKR is working. Or maybe it's just because I'm already logged into it. Maybe it's just like the authentication thing is down. Oh, Mr. Moneybags. Hey, look, guys, it's my one share. Right there. You triggered MOASS. Blink ones, have you been bought out already? Yeah, the MM's good. Do you have an evil twin brother called Thaddeus whose position is AMC? I don't. Would one trade at, let's say, 2x market price? No, it would just hit the ask. The ask is 177 right now. You'll start shilling gherkin. I was going to do that anyway. I'm calling August 9th as the day we get back to 340. No, we'll be back at 340 in the next 7 days, give or take. Actually, no give, just take. Probably. So buy options for November's pretty far away. Plus minus 30. Play of the day. That's 7 trading days. FDs scare me. They should. Show your crystals organic vegan natural cosmetics company. AWS user, no issues in the regions I utilize. Okay. So you're saying my 2 p.m. prediction was 1 day off? As long as I was early, right? Tell me my 723 200 call or printing. No. You're allowed to be wrong once. Don't let it happen again. Doesn't the price being below 180 make the ramp start at 180 if we get going? Yeah. That doesn't mean the longs are pushing the price down though. It's looking like it. I don't know. Maybe not, but possibly. That's not 7 trading days, Dr. Feelgood. 7 trading days is next Friday, right? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. No, it's the 2nd of August. Does today count? So I think well, Jacob, I went over this earlier. I think that the longs, like they're building the ramp, right? In the expectation that the shorts are going to be the ones buying to push it up. Right? They're assuming that they can only go in halfway to get the price action they want. So they can just jump into leverage positions and let the shorts push the price up. And then, then they can dump some capital into making it more difficult on the shorts. Prediction on when we hit 1 million volume at the current rate by like 12:45. How them options smelling? Like crap, Carl. Well, they can like deleverage out of those positions, and a lot of the options that they bought long last week were further out, right? So they're on the ramp, okay, but like they weren't for like the 16th or the 23rd. They were further out, so they're building the ramp like that, like time to strike. So all the like 180s are like 723, right? And then like the 190s and 200s are also at 723, but then they're buying like 250s and 300s further out at like in September, November. So it makes it very cheap for them to set up the ramp that way. Talking about the T+6 you mentioned earlier. We've discussed that. I can't even buy more options. I was reading about 450K out of the money FTDs are due today from June 9th ETF shorting. It's possible. That would drive the price up. And see what they can do is once they've confirmed that the shorts are covering, is then they can buy at market, driving the price further up, forcing the shorts to cover at even higher prices, right? That's how you squeeze them. Maybe not very important, but BBVA is down too. Aren't they PNC now, though? I mean, they're a pretty big bank. They're not that small. How would an institution setting up such a ramp hedge their 250s in September? They could use like a credit spread. Who's scaring the Johnsons? We had a Head and Shoulders. It's not super obvious because the volume's so low, but like, yeah. Which means to hear. No, they want to buy all their other positions, not just their options. And on and on. But yeah, hedge funds are always like chomping at the bit to cannibalize each other. Is that like not? Hold on. There we go. I always forget that it displays differently for you guys than me. I wish I could fix that so the ratio wasn't off. I wonder how I do that. It must be like stretched or something. Oh, okay, that should do it. So if I put that where it's supposed to be. No, it's still fucking off. I don't get it. Is that right? That seems right. I think the ratio is right now. All right. Why would institutional investors like BlackRock not want to start MOASS? Has BlackRock been in GameStop for a year yet? August, right? Capital gains. Also, BlackRock's owning, like, ownership in GameStop is in ETFs. Now, let me see. If I draw a line, is that going to line up on the stream? No, it's still off a little. It's fucking annoying. Sam Jones, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate that. Have you been one before? If not, hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you back into the Dillionaires Country Club. Just let me know. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate the support, man. Can any institutional members that have shares in ETFs not sell? Well, the worry is like if you're in an ETF, right? Like if your shares are in an ETF and you bought them at like fucking $20, which BlackRock did, or cheaper. I think it was like 8. Hold on. God damn. Piece of shit. Epic Pen. So they bought their shares at like $8, right? If MOASS happens, and the share price bounces back up, and if they sold in here at any point, and say the share price bounces back up and settles at like 800 or to like 1200, right? They would have to buy, they would have to reweight their ETF at this price. Winter, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. I assume you know how to get into the Dillionaires Country Club, but if not, just let me know. The reweighting happens every month, every quarter. Dillionaire FOMO. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. I saw DD today that the highest possible threshold for margin would be 350, but in reality, it's much lower. I don't agree with that. We don't know what the threshold for margin is. We have to assume that it didn't get hit in January. So at that point, it was 483. And then we don't know what we don't know the size of their position, right? So there's no way to figure out how much it costs them to carry it, right? So it could have gone down, but who the fuck knows? Maybe they made, a few $1 billion off some trade, or a couple $100 million, right? And like, yeah, the margin territory is fluid. So like, we don't like that would assume that their value and capital were static. I think Melvin got called in January. I don't think the rest of them did. I think the rest of them were very close, though. Because Melvin was at 13 billion assets under management at the time, and Citadel's what, like 38? So it probably came close. I don't think they've taken on Melvin's short position. I think they gave them the money so that they wouldn't get margin called, because Melvin getting margin called in January would have driven the price up to the point where Citadel and Point 72 would have gotten margin called, right? I just noticed Stefan is riding a bull. He is. If the sites go down during MOASS, will it not matter, since that means more shares aren't being sold? I mean, there's other. That's why I go over this in my exit DD, like really, really clearly. Was this just to stave off the MACD cross on the daily? Could be. It's unlikely that they're that focused on one technical indicator. I think it's the reason for this is they want to keep the fucking price down. If the next run up happens, do you think the shorts will be able to suppress it this time? It'll be a lot harder. They won't have an at the money offering, right? If we run up soon, there's no action being taken by GameStop to stop it, right? If you guys could drop a like and subscribe, it's a huge help to the channel and a great way to show your support. If you do want to donate or help in that way, there's a donation link down in the description below. But a like and subscribe are always enough. I mean that. Or if they're using this massive internet outage to say, sorry, we couldn't buy those FTDs back because their systems aren't fucking down. These guys are like fiber wired directly into the market. Their systems aren't down. Subscribbled. If I give you monies, will you make the stock go up? You can spend your own money to do that. I'm talking about cyber pandemic though for months. Yeah, I mean they're always talking about that though. The whole World War III thing. The whole World War III is already going on. They also pay their electric bill. I'm still here, aren't I? Turk put their pickle in my jar. Thanks to the TA and the fun. You got it, man. Thank you, Turk, for the donation. I appreciate that, dude. This is all just a stunt to boost DeFi. It is a double bottom. Technically. Although it's actually a Head and Shoulders that failed, bounced, and is failing again. There's no volume, guys. We're at 235 and we haven't even crossed 950 or 1235. We haven't even crossed 950k volume yet. I wonder what time they'd have to cover by. T+6 from last Thursday is tomorrow, right? Huh. So if they buy... Interesting. One K likes before yesterday. We had 1K likes like 30 minutes after market open. Jesus Christ, it's cold in here. Hold on. No, they haven't been covering Sean Booze. We don't care if they close the position. That has to do with them and their lender. It's the covering that you want to occur. I know what DD it came from. It's not correct. It's just misusing common terminology. I was about to buy Infidelity and can't buy options? That's weird. Thanks for letting me know, Don. Yeah, I can't do anything with the active trader right now. I tried to buy a share over there too, and it wouldn't let me. If we say there's a few 100 million fake shares out there, there can only be 70 million available. 50. What would happen to the price if apes were to sell 70 million? Would we go to zero? No. I'm confused what you mean. What day of the week would you prefer to cover? Later? I would try to tank the price midweek in order to keep my puts in the money. I'd get out of those positions and then cover. If I was a short hedge fund, that's how I would do it. I guess to experience the least loss, I would like get out of my positions at the low. Then I would go long and then start buying. But that's really risky for them, right? But at least that way I could somewhat profit off covering. You can't really find evidence of it, Silicon. It's a Akamai, or a CDN provider. Okay. Panic buy. If 58.06 million shares were to be sold one at a time, would be in double figure? Probably, but how's that going to happen? Why would it happen? What an odd thing to wonder about. I mean, yeah, it would drive the price down, obviously, but like, why the question? Crawford. Okay, cool. Sounds like you have fun in the kitchen. What's your post MOASS kitchen setup? Range, espresso machine, the like. I'd probably get like a Viking range with a steam oven. And then for the espresso machine, like a Linnea, like a La Mazzaraco Linnea. Or the Eagle One. That one's sick. Speziale. La Marzocco, yeah. Weber EG1 for the flex. I would get a Malkonig before I bought the Weber. I have a friend who actually has it, and he doesn't like it that much. Rational combi ovens. A sous vide oven? I don't think they have those. Do they? That sounds dope as fuck. I know they have like, you can buy like a sous vide like accessory for your kitchen. Blue Star. Vecna. Thanks, Vecna. I appreciate it. I just want to know why our fucking price pattern looks so white coffee every day. Like, why does this look like a perfect, like, accumulation phase? Is this just because it's only one? I'm guessing it's because it's only one side really doing anything to the price, right? Like, this is all just short hedge fund circle jerk? They won't need to DDoS during MOASS, trust me. Everything will fucking go down either way. Well, fucking short hedge fund circle jerks, man. You got it, nobody. Yeah, I could get a dedicated one. That'd be cool to have. No. You think of distribution? Silver? I mean, retail's buying, but it's in such, like, inconsequential numbers at this point that it's not really having an effect. But it shouldn't, like, we should, like, Wyckoff patterns are over long time scales, right? It's just weird that it keeps forming the same, like, down up pattern, right? Like, we went over this last week. I think it's just an effect of limited number of participants. What do you think the number of short hedge fund employees own GME? I doubt there's very many employees that are informed on the position. They wouldn't all know, right? Call for shortable shares. I mean, see, I don't know if Fidelity's listing of shortable shares is accurate because it's always listed as hard to borrow. So I don't know if that means they're not like loaning them institutions or they don't have as many shares as it's showing are available. Is it possible we could repeat what happened from last week except $10 up? Yeah. What's my break point on that little 180 wedge on TradingView? Hold on. It's the 27th. Next Tuesday. Huh. Another 2 p.m. rip bet. So it's possible because there was a holiday silver reserve, but I don't think so. Maybe. There were two holidays, weren't there? So Thursday instead of Tuesday? What is today? Today's Thursday. Interesting. Huh. Have you ever tried a chocolate covered pickle? No. Why would I do that? That sounds gross. Hmm. I was thinking about something. No, I'm not saying MOASS today. You guys get too hung up on theoretical predictions like that. I am curious about something though. End of day volume 27. The answer's purple. Thought the answer was always 42. All right. Approaching 1 o'clock. Having major DNS. Yeah, I know. We know. You can have your own candle. What were you going to share? Nothing. I'm just thinking about something. Wondering if the Loch Ness monster is real. Yeah. Hmm. Interesting. Curious and curiouser. Okay, I'm done. Yeah, we're approaching 1 million volume. Could be VWAP is too, Abton. No. You guys don't get any more sexy predictions from me after yesterday, after you attacked me for being wrong once. I saw how fast you all turned on me. Shameful. So now nothing is happening. Could you explain pigeon whales? Oh, yeah. Were you not here for when pigeon whales began? Stop being wrong. I was wrong. Better not be wrong a second time. Hmm. The best explanation of pigeon whales through booty through sound. Hedgies have gone on holiday. A lot of them probably have, yeah. Based on the price of flights right now. I think everyone's on holiday. So a pigeon whale is... Someone told me to make whale sounds, and I cued like a pigeon, and that's what created pigeon whales. Oh, here we go. Did I at least clip it? What's the origin of the Dan saga? I'm not getting into it. So now I'm hot. I need to find a balance. Rental car prices through the roof. Just don't visit places where you have to use a rental car. It's infotainment. I would never give you guys financial advice. I don't know anything about your personal financial position, rendering me incapable of giving you financial advice. Will I pay for the wedding? I can't repo that. MACD hasn't crossed over yet. Very, very close, but not crossed over. Ah. Here we go. Can I borrow $1 to get to view up? I think you're just drawing correlations with things, Jason. No offense, but don't. That's a long road to go down. If that was the case, would it matter? What price do you tell us your new hypothesis? Oh, I don't. Shh. Retesting 180. Imagine doxing yourself on YouTube. I know, right? Well, I think that Tuesday established that we don't need volume to go up, right? If 100% of the volume is buy side, this is not a trading halt. This is Sparta. Are we even going to fight for 180 or are we just going to mayo up and slide right through? One 100% of the volume is buy side. Will still go down. This isn't a trading halt. It's not a fictitious psychological barrier. It's a real barrier. I am inevitable. But now you've heard it, Tickled Pickle. Is a gamma squeeze when MMs have to buy shares to fulfill option contracts? No, they have to. They're buying shares to hedge in order to remain delta neutral. No, trading's not suspended. Yeah, we just hit 1 million volume. Look at that. Again, not really smashed. Yeah, mayo up, slide right through. We actually haven't crossed 180 that many times. We've usually failed the resistance. Tuesday was the first time that we solidly crossed 180 and didn't go past 200. There are showing up 1 per minute. You do know that that's just on Fidelity, right? Like Fidelity's buy-sell ratio, that's just their own internal data. So it makes sense that like GameStop's not getting shorted a lot on the platform where the most apes hold it, right? I see that, Bob Lewis. Jesus, Wind Moon. At this rate, about the time it would take to walk there. Don't give them any ideas. Death for my birthday. Hmm. 300 call options heating up. Is this retail buying pressure or longs? I think this is the shorts buying in. I think this is what the bulls have been playing all along. This is what I was talking about earlier, guys, right? Like, so the longs set up their spread, right? And then they just wait. And they wait for the shorts. They let the shorts short it down. Who gives a shit, right? Because they know the shorts have to buy back. And then when the shorts start buying back, they buy right into that call spread, which then amplifies the upward momentum, right? Further fucking the shorts. Do you get that? It's a trap, right? So they let the shorts bring the price down because that allows them, they can start setting the trap while the shorts bring the price down for cheaper. That's what I've been explaining to you guys all day. I can't believe I successfully set this trap all by myself. And when the shorts buy back, they buy back slow, right? Because they're trying to buy back at a cost average, and so they're trying to let the market dip the price for them. So they'll buy like 100 or 1,000 shares, right? and then they wait, and then they'll buy back. Oh, the longs are probably selling the contracts. Like, they just want profit. But they're going to sell at, like, the peak, right? Or try to sell at the peak. Which is, you know, the ramp goes all the way up to 300. But why buy? Like, that's my point. Is like, why would the longs buy if they know the shorts already have to do it, right? They know retail's going to hold the floor. So the shorts can only short so much. And then when the shorts have to cover, they buy right into the trap. It's called a gamma ramp. See? So as they move up the ramp, market makers have to buy more and more shares because, like, every stage they have to hedge this more, right? Which drives the price up. Gamma trap. Got it. Awesome. Yeah, they're still good. Gamma for dummies. Gamma gummies? Oh. Sure, why not? Shorts have to keep buying, right? Well, no, because anytime you apply steady buy pressure to a stock, the price is going to rise. You guys are lucky I got level 7 options trading. Can you put the exit DD in the description? Yeah, I could later, but if any of the mods are on, can one of you link that, like the PDF for Victor? You can also just get it off of my Reddit profile, Victor. So it technically already is in the description. Thank you, Han. you clip that gamma ramp explanation? No, because the clipping tool on YouTube is hot fucking garbage. Unfortunately. Cookies. Has nothing to do with the cookies hat. Thanks, Dan Can. Start the hot tub and move to Twitch. Twitch is so much better for clipping. I didn't realize as a financial streamer I'd have so many things that needed clipped. Like epic game moments, except on a stock trading 1 million volume on the daily. Well, that's why I'm testing the DD. The House of Hats DD, Hal Jordan. That's what I'm testing today. And we're going to let COD know if he's a fucking liar or not. You should enable us. You guys can't clip my streams because I don't have that many subscribers, Sahib. There's a bunch of like experimental like stream stuff that YouTube has that's not available at my like subscriber level. I made a Twitch for you? Why did you make... I already have a Twitch. I see. No, I can mod people over there too. No, she made a Twitch account. That's what she's saying. She made a Twitch account, not she made a channel for me. I got confused. Phrasing. I made a porn up for you. Thanks, Cancer. Yeah, and see what longs can do now is they can set up buy walls underneath the price, right? Like limit buys underneath the price, so that even if the market does drag the price down, the shorts still have to cover at a higher price, right? Because that buy wall will keep the price elevated. So they squeeze them. Squeeze, right? That's why it's called a short squeeze. You squeeze the shorts like a lemon. And the juice is always worth the squeeze. Rick of Spades said they want to do a stream collab. Ew. I'm still not convinced he owns any GMA. Clip that for the OnlyFans. I still don't understand how the Tickle My Pickle podcast isn't the most upvoted post on our Dillionaires. Like, historically. Can you do a Rick of Spades reaction video? Absolutely not. I don't. I've gotten this far without seeing the video, so there's no way that I'm gonna bring that upon myself. Welcome to VWAP, guys. For those of you listening in, 180.86. Want the hat? How often do bull flags fail? They're like 72% accurate. It depends on how they consolidate. That's really what determines like failure in a bull flag. So like if they consolidate like this, they generally break to the upside. But if they consolidate into a pennant like that or like that, they have higher rates of failure. This one's like this. This one's like this. So these break down, these break up. These can go either way. So the consolidation pattern is really what tells you what's going to happen. I didn't draw the same thing 3 times. Spoke to Schwab. You have to call for any order above 9,000. Do I have permission to post screenshots on the Discord? Absolutely, Carl. Post them in the GME general. Post them in general. I'll at everyone if you post them right now so that everyone can see it. That's correct, Ben Frank. I mean, even WeBull's fucking sell limit is 3 million. Again, I feel like I need to say this. Don't hold your GameStop in WeBull. It is an Apex brokerage. They have had issues in the past on this stock. For unlimited sell limit. I hate TDA. They're not bad. I just hate them. Won't do it. Mr. Diggs, you're gonna come back in here every day to see if the stream is up. Don't lie. When do gamma ramps normally play out? Thursday, Friday. Nick Rogers. Think TDA is safe, or should I transfer to Fidelity? I think TDA is safe. As safe as Fidelity? I don't know. But it's safe. I don't think they're like at risk. They're self-clearing. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Get hype, boys. Checks calendar. Thursday. It is. It's the pattern of consolidation. One is the same low with lower highs. One is lower highs, higher, lower highs, higher, lower lows. And then one is higher lows, lower highs. TDA is PFOF. Is it? I mean, I guess that matters for buying, right? Carl, are you going to post that thing to the Discord or what? Is this what it's called? Delta edging the VWAP? They're trying to keep the 1 to 80 calls from going in the money. I didn't call it 2 p.m., Rip. It'd be cool if that happens. It would just mean I was off. Carl's doing his best. 30% inflation. They got to Carl, guys. RRP at 89. Can you go over what calls are? That would take me a while. I'd have to go through all the data. Justin. I can give you like a brief idea. There's about between here and 200. There's about 6,000, a little more, 7, 8,000 calls that'll expire tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think they had 1,000,000 shares available. That's similar with all share borrowing. When they like run out, it's just like the number just doesn't change. Poll choices are not job quitting prices. Well, they only let me put in 4 options. I would have added more. Assume that 10,000 is also 100,000. Can I edit the poll? No. Citadel owns 28% of Akamai Technologies. Akamai is the new server host for all the sites that just went down. That's interesting, Nutsaculon. Do you have proof of that? They own 28%, so they're an insider? You should, if you have any proof of that, DM me on the Discord, please. Well, this is just job quitting, right? This isn't the floor that you're willing to sell at, obviously. This is strictly job quitting prices. You can't link here, Nutsaculon. You can't send links on the YouTube. £7, 3-ounce baby goddess VWAP. Yeah, not your floor. I mean, I've frequently thought about going and getting a job to quit for MOASS. That'd be fun. But I guess I have a job I'm quitting during MOASS. Full-time streaming. More than 10K share to quit my job, dude. Well, I'm just saying, like, at what point do you quit your job to handle your position, right? Okay, PogChamp, DM it to me. Go work at Wendy's? Not epic enough. I want an HR department to set me up like an entire like package and then get hired, start, then quit. I don't want them to hand me an apron and be like, go clean up the Dans. I feel like there's going to be a lot of people just opening their brokerage account and their boss is going to be like, I need you to look at those reports. And they're just going to be like, yeah, have a good day. And just walk out, right? I made a Discord. How do I join yours? Oh, it's the link's down below in the description. A large chunk of your viewer base is underemployed. What do you think? What do you think drove retail interest in the stock market besides people having more money than they normally had at their shitty jobs? I would say 50% of retail investors are unemployed. Am I right? 39%. I got a job. I'm just not doing it. That's the other 50. That's the other 71%. All right, not Saculon. Kirk's secret DT out on the Discord. No, it's not. That's their change in shares. That's not the percentage of the fucking company they own. Jesus Christ. Can't trust you guys to look through financial data at all. They're not even in the top 10 owners. Nonsense. Nonsense. Tinfoil hat theory. It's over. It's dead in the water. Spoilers, we win. If I had a job, I would quit so long before $30 million. Still owns 3,000%. Well, somebody was saying that Citadel owned 28%, which is that's a massive percentage, but it's their position just increased 28%. Proof or ban. I wonder how many people are gonna like go back to school. That would be a huge advantage for people in on this. Because now all of a sudden you don't have to work, right? Do you guys ever laugh at the advice about what to do and you see insane numbers from MOASS? When you know the people posting it have never seen those numbers either. I do. Stop limits are very good. GME Uranus. It's all covered in the exit DD. I think one of the most positive changes the apes could affect would be to educate themselves. Because that takes an entire class of citizens that otherwise most likely would have dropped out or been unable to complete a degree and moves them ahead on the social ladder. I know so many people who've like dropped out of college because they couldn't afford it. Or they had other obligations in their life that they had that were more important. Don't you need a wrinkle for education? Absolutely not. Quit trying to make me take care of myself. Well, just remember this: a fool and his money are easily parted. I've ever intention to die broke. Oh, it's terrible. Volume today is some of the lowest it's ever been. Like, I don't care. Whatever you want. Any updates? The initial phases, web slinger could go a little faster, but that's about it. So, like, the estimated time for each stage of the ascent could be a little more accelerated now that there's no liquidity on the stock. I think that's the only really big change, which I should really go update, but I haven't. What kind of education would you recommend? A degree in wealth management? Finance. Have you ever seen blocks of hundreds at bid ask? Yeah. You'll see them pick up when, like, the size of these orders, these limits, will go up as more price action is expected. Yeah, I mean, you don't need a degree, but, educate yourselves, right, Alethea? A degree's good to have. It's not the worst thing. Why is 180 so sticky? It has a strong gravitational pull. Yeah, big cell wall at 182. Not that big, but decent. I've never found a collegiate trading class. Academic finance does not focus on trading. Quantitative analysis, I guess, but not really. They focus on buy and hold, long-term investing. I think we'd see paper hands in the 500 to 750 range. Who gives a shit? If Jimmy hits 500, I think that proves the shorts haven't covered. Yeah. I want to get into market manipulation. What class is that? Usually like an MBA. Yeah, they're totally different skill sets, Alberto. MFE, sort of, but not really. Hit me up, bro. I want to see the statistics on how many Citadel employees quit when MOASS starts. I'll quit when you stop streaming. How much money you make per month trading approximately? I mean, every month varies, randomized, but and it's gone up. But initially, when I first started, I was making more than my previous job paid me, which was like 6 figures, low 6 figures. Up until I started getting super invested in GME, I would say like I would have hit 7 figures without this like 6 month break by like 2020, like mid 2022. At which point I also would have stopped day trading as well. So like once I had that kind of capital, I wouldn't have day traded anymore. But you have to remember that your gains are compounding when you're day trading. So if you start with like 25K, and you take 6 months to turn that into like 100K, then it takes like 3 months to turn that into 200K. As long as you can maintain a very strict like profit and risk management. What was my initial investment? I started with 25,000, enough to bypass the day trade pattern day trader requirements. Low six figures in New York City. I mean, I get that. I don't care if you guys know how much I made at my old job. I It was like 175K before taxes. Do your gains only compound by risking most of your principal? Well, you can decide. I mean, based on the trade, your level of confidence can determine how much you invest, but the amount you have to invest is greater. And then, whatever money you're not using, you can put into long-term investments, and those are going to, compound as well. What percentage of my capital I typically use for a single trade? At this point, it's less. It's kind of like the percentage of my capital that I would use per single trade is kind of moves like this over time. I didn't see Zakir's question. What did he ask? I thought Service asked me to sketch about link in the Discord. Something exciting happened. Oh, this Carl posted a thing about it was literally the post where I added everyone. Zakir, he posted a thing about Schwab having a limit on orders unless you call. Do you have a specific sector you traded or an area of expertise? No, I've traded all kinds of shit. There's stocks I've traded more than others. Like I've traded the SPY a lot. That's why it looks like I'm so good at kind of analyzing its movements. It's just because I've traded it so much. You kind of like if you trade something like that a lot, you kind of get a feel for it. Yeah, my old job was at 175, Stefan. Oh, I was a VP of logistics for a distribution company. And no baristas got paid so much in New York. That is low six figures. High six figures would be above 500K. Because this would be the midpoint, you know? So that is low six figures. I started like learning about day trading back when I was still in school. A little bit, well, like a little bit after school. You can use Thinkorswim to paper trade options, Susaron. I think TradingView has a paper trading. Finviz, I believe, has it. You just put the SPY on the stream also. SPY's just like running out of control. How did I get into logistics? I don't know. I'm just dead. Nepotism? Not really. I guess they weren't like related to me, but GFU is only for selling shares bought with unsettled funds, Dan Can. I wasn't that young. I didn't mind the job. It was easy. You just move shit around, right? Not import exports. Is this the 2 p.m. rip? Damn straight. I didn't call a 2 p.m. rip today. That was yesterday. No, I didn't work for the mob. I was VP of logistics at Chewy. No, not at Chewy. It wasn't even like a big company. I got into it because I was thinking about like COO career path, but I don't like not being in charge, so it didn't work out. COOs still have a boss. What hedge fund did you intern at without doxing yourself? Big one, small one? It was like a top 5 firm. Daycare. It was a silly place. It made me not want to work in that industry, I'll tell you that much. Is 1 hour showing a reversal? Yeah. The beginning of one. The DD will come out when it comes out. What's the lowest recorded volume this year? We're beating it. Yeah, we are. Do you do one-on-one consultations? No, I'm not a registered financial advisor. So I used to day trade all day. For a lot of the time I was paper trading, and then when I started with actual capital, I would day trade all day. In the last year or so, really just the mornings. Sometimes power hour. Like I would pay attention all day, but like I wasn't really in positions outside of, you know, 10 a.m. I'd usually be out of all my positions by 10 a.m. He also owns a cement company. Could this take a year plus to play out? Potentially. Unlikely, but potentially. Yeah, you should be mentally prepared to be in it for the long haul. Yeah, we failed the test at VWAP. Not enough volume to sustain it. It's the aggregate. Cam. There's you guys listening. 179 and 28. Still just chopping around resistance. Sorry, I meant like getting an hour with you regarding advice, mentoring for your career transition. I mean, I've talked about it on stream before. I would paper trade until you were making significantly more than you're making at your job. Like, determine what your initial investment is, like what you plan to start day trading with, right? Then paper trade. Make sure that your like quarter over quarter average is higher than what you make at the job you're already at. And then, you know, then you could start to look into making a transition. Make sure it repeats itself, right? Make sure it's not like just luck. Because a bull market can kind of sway your determination of that, right? Pickle Petey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like a lot of people have been. Thank you for becoming a Dillionaire, man. If you need help getting into the Dillionaire Country Club, DM me over on the Discord and I'll hook you up after the stream. Were taxes crazy as a retail day trader? Yeah, hire an accountant. It's file quarterly. It's not that bad. It's not that much more than like income tax. You get deduction. There's deductions you can take too. You can claim losses. Paper trade never works because it will never trigger the real adrenaline roller coaster. I mean, that's why I set goals for myself. Like, so when I was paper trading, I would take like $1,000, right? And like I would set a goal like, can I turn that into 25K, right? Or like take 25K and see if you can turn it into 100K. And like, so that's how I would do it. Like through like the first and second year, this is what I did. So I would set like challenges for myself to make it more competitive. And now I will admit it still doesn't have the same psychological effect that actual money has, but it does insulate you against that psychological effect a lot. But yeah, nothing compares to dipping your toes in with real money. It's just that when you dip your toes in with real money, make sure that you're not just throwing that money in the trash and lighting it on fire, right? Did you calculate taxes when day trading? Not really. The gains are significantly greater. It's not that relevant. No, I haven't had a 7-figure year day trading. At the rate of growth that I had, if I'd kept so like the last 6 months, well, not really, but like since March till now, my like amount of capital spent on day trading has declined significantly because it's all in GameStop, right? But had I continued day trading and not gotten involved with GameStop, like sometime in August of like next year, so like August 2022 rather, I would have started what could potentially have been my first like 7-figure year. Which would be my, so let's see, I have 2.5 years now. So it'd be like 3.5 years in from 25K. I've never burned my account though, and that's because I'm very strict with my risk. If you're not strict with your risk, you will burn your accounts and fuck yourself. The first thing I did when I doubled my account was I took half of that and put it in like well, I put it in a REIT, but seven figure year profits or capital. Profits. You set take profit orders. Yeah, I usually have. It depends on the trade. Sometimes if if I think the trend is strong enough, I'll let it run. But usually I'm out at like capped gains or technical indicators where I think there's going to be a failure of resistance or something like that. I'll get out ahead. So like if you guys saw me trade Nvidia a little while back, like it was already at its all-time high, so I bought options here, and they announced the stock split, and it ran to like 800, I think, but I got out at like 725, um, just because it looked like there was a fail of the test. Would you shorten or lengthen your paper trading time before cashing? I probably could have shortened it. Like if I'd had, I don't know. I guess if I'd had someone to like point me away, I wasted tons of time on shit that ended up being irrelevant. Like I paper traded with Elliott waves for like 3 months. Fib sequences probably for another three, just to find out ultimately with backtesting that like they didn't really work for me, right? Like they didn't work for my trading style. And so like yeah, obviously like I could have been more efficient with my time, but I'm glad that I got the experience. But I know guys that trade Elliott waves and they do fine, right? Like I know traders that make money using Elliott waves. They trade very specific sectors and stocks, but they do well. Like there's stocks that Elliott waves and fib sequence work great on. Yeah, actually, momentum indicators. Depending on the stock, some like fundamental analysis as well. I would say that's where like college helped me the most. Is like the fundamental analysis of the companies I was trading. Like I guess maybe I knew a little more than like the average investor, or I knew what to look for. But I don't know how ultimately beneficial my degree was for trading. Maybe like a little bit, like a slight edge. Is the biggest scammer in the YouTube game Belmont Capital? I have no idea. I've never watched him. Do you expect a dip tomorrow at open? No idea. No. I actually kind of expect us at some point this week to have like a big after hours run up. Nice one, Don. Sean Booz. How come? Just previous analysis of the price movement on the stock. Next Tuesday. See you then. Could be. I've said that I've paper traded on like doing Elliott waves before. That's how I know his Elliott waves aren't always done correctly. But that's another thing about Elliott waves is you can have like the same person do them on like the same stock and end up with different results. I don't like sticking to like one stock for that long. Generally KO, so that's one of the reasons I'm more willing to trade higher volatility, um, because greater profit potential. So like smaller caps and like Elliott waves work best on like large floats, like large stable, like companies like Apple, Tesla, uh, like GM. And I'm more willing to trade like mid and micro cap stocks where the volatility is higher, but so is the profit potential. So it's just higher risk, don't get me wrong. I've also had like a solid year of bull market in my gains as well. So, some traders would say that I've been trading through a very lucky period as well. Average breakdown between day trading stocks versus options. I'll usually trade options if I'm super confident in like the bounce. If you've looked at like the options channel or my scanners um on the Dillionaires thing, Max, like you'll see that like usually options are like swing plays that I'm much more confident in than they are like intraday things that I'm looking at. Yeah, everyone's a genius in a bull market. I mean, I've seen some like bear market, I guess, like the COVID crash. How much capital do you think is necessary to make a decent living off wheeling? It depends on your risk like profile. Yeah, you can make a lot of money off wheeling with very little capital if you take a lot of risk. If you don't take a lot of risk, then you definitely want a lot more capital. It's 250,000 to a million is a pretty good place to be, depending on your risk management. There's a big variable there. Yeah, remember guys, before you get all interested in day trading, that 95% of people who attempt it fail. It's not like the success rate for people is not super high. It's one of the reasons I recommend paper trading so much, because you will quickly learn whether you're cut out for it or not. So if it weren't for Jimmy, you'd still be, I still trade. It's just not as much. Like in the last couple of weeks, I've traded like Nvidia. I made some money on like SQQQ on Monday. I don't know. I've traded some stuff. GM like last week, I think. But yeah, definitely more swing trades lately since GameStop. Just because I don't have that much like free capital to day trade with currently. Are we finishing the accumulation pattern? Yeah, you mean our intraday Wyckoff? Yeah. Should be about done with it. We'll repeat this, right? And then go back up. It's also kind of like an inverse Head and Shoulders. Scheduled to rip this afternoon. No one posted very relevant info about Schwab in Discord. Okay. Pickles unite. Oh, that's awesome. He makes his real money with cement? No. What's a reasonable amount of capital to day trade with? Between I've heard of anybody like starting between like 5 to 50,000. Like successful traders that I know that have started with positions. I know one guy who says he started with $1,000, but I don't know if I believe him. That would be, it's really easy to lose $1,000. No, you can't get flagged for pattern day trading for options. Unless you have a margin account. Yeah, if you have a margin account, maybe. I don't know. I've never used margin accounts. So I'm not sure. Ask your brokerage, Don. You'll get a warning if you do 3 intraday options trades. How to get to $1,000 in the U.S. market? Start with 2,000. What's the expected win-loss ratio on trades? That's individual. It depends on each trader. What you have to make sure of is you'll lose more than you win, generally speaking. But you have to make sure that your risk is very defined so that your wins are greater than your losses. Right? So if you have like a 2% risk per trade and you have a 10% like take profits, then like even if you only win 1 out of 5 times, you're break even, right? That's why like day trading is all about risk management. It's not about like winning trades. The winning trades will just happen, right? It's the risk management that matters. What was that? Volume spike? Selling? A big sell. Poker players do make solid traders. I kind of think of it that way sometimes. That's like a very good analogy for it, and that like technical analysis and like versus like Texas Hold'em, right? And that like you will be correct more often. So like in a Hold'em tournament, like you may not win the hand, but you could win the whole tournament, right? And day trading is very similar to that. More complex, the odds are higher and there's a lot more variables than there are in poker, but similar, I guess, in a way. I feel like you don't need to win as much as you would have to win at poker, though. Yeah, you need a good scanner. A scanner is worth every fucking penny that it costs. A good one. And ideally one that's not too popular. I still have to do that. That reminds me. I need to sit down one day and find myself a new scanner. It's a scanner. Scanner scans the market for you and tells you about opportunities. Because there's hundreds of thousands of stocks, and like you can't keep your eye on all of them all the time, right? What's my? I'm just using FinViz right now, which is okay. You need to do research, Dan can. But with a scanner, you can do things like I want, under 50 million free float with X volume in pre-market. Like, and you can like plug in these variables and it'll find you the stocks that are and a lot of that is your whatever personal system you find best for trading, right? You want it to scan for opportunities that fit into your how you trade. I don't think Fidelity restricts trades. There's a lot of guys that work with coders and stuff to develop personalized scanners, like programmers. At which point, I kind of wonder why they don't just do like try to get into algo trading. I don't know enough about programming to do that, but that's a thing. The problem with algo trading is that you need a lot of capital and you need a very very good system in back testing before you start. Yeah, Finviz's scanner is free. You just have to program it manually. You could, yeah. I know a lot of software engineers that try to go into algo trading. It's super risky though. It's hard. There's a lot of slippage in algo trading. How do I get a job setting up scanners? That'd be dope. I don't think that's. I mean, like, I don't know. You could contact traders and trading desks and trading groups and see if they want a scanner. Thoughts on day trading software for retail? For day trading, WeBull's actually not bad. As far as UI goes, its order execution isn't the best. So if you're deploying a lot of capital, like you'll experience slippage on WeBull. The best two, without a doubt, are IBKR and then ATP. Well, that's what happens to algo traders. Is it like you wake up one morning and it nuked your account? I know a lot of people that have lost money going into that field. But some people get it right and make millions, so it's... Yeah, if you're good at it, you wouldn't need to sell it. That's true. Does IBKR have enough capital to handle MOASS floors of 30 million? Yeah. Why not? Whatever brokerage apes are selling out of is going to do great, okay? It's a lot different between selling and buying. Buying is the reason Robinhood supposedly went down, right? It wasn't the selling. It's probably the fact that not enough people were selling. Stickboy isn't poking the chart. Well, I'd have to move him. SKF. Fidelity will rule the world. Even though it's a good brokerage, how much shilling do you think Fidelity did to become Reddit's sweetheart? I don't think they had to do a lot, honestly. They've always been considered a super reliable, good brokerage. They have massive amounts of capital. And the reason they became like Reddit's sweetheart brokerage is because they, during this run up in January, they owned a lot of GameStop. They were long GameStop. They're not anymore, but I think they still own some, but it's not as much. They had like 9 million shares going into the run up in January. I'm doing good, Glider. Thank you. What percent does Fidelity charge per sale? It's free. It's commission free. Yeah, Vanguard's still long. Oh, because Vanguard's, if you haven't used Vanguard, go use Vanguard. Vanguard's the reason Vanguard's not more popular. They're a good brokerage, though. I expect, of all the brokerages that can handle volatility well, I expect them to handle it best. No, Fidelity doesn't use payment for order flow. Yeah, everyone charges commissions on options. Even WeBull. Smell a hardcore AMC dump. It's not looking good. At least a move back down to 37. Do you think it's a good option? Apparently, Schwab has a limit on selling online of 9,999 per share. How do people with Berk A and Schwab sell their shares? It's interesting. Just looking at anything during power hour. Not necessarily. I'd like to see something. That wasn't even a red candle. That's interesting. Hold on. God, this low volume. I have to go use these candles. So that was green, by the way. That big volume dump at 21,000 shares. They're really going to try to close today under 180 if they can. God, I hate those candlesticks. In the last 3 years, the record volume is 1.28. Jesus, we're closing in on that. We're at 1.18 right now. I really doubt anyone doing their own trading has enough money to own one share of Berkey. Maybe. It depends when they bought it, right? Berkey was once much cheaper than it is now. I read Schwab breaks single shares into fragments, then sell as block. You mean they group shares into a block? Huh. That's weird. For a rip to 200 tomorrow? It's possible. We're very close, right? Is low volume bullish? It can be, as it's a sign of consolidation, but I don't know how bullish our low volume is. I think it's just a sign of illiquidity. Is there a reason July historically is a low volume month? Yeah, people go on vacation. People aren't trading. It's kind of like in between quarterly earnings reports. When this shorting is going to be profitable for shorters. Actually, you can only short if there's shorts available, Abton. That's fucking weird. I don't know. I don't have Schwab. There's no shares. I mean, if the Reddit survey was even remotely correct, apes own like 2 times or more of the float, right? Schwab owns TDA. Would we cause MOASS if all apes registered 10 to 20% of our portfolio? What do you mean? I think that's one of the biggest problems is a lot of people are on margin accounts and they don't know it. There's a lot of people who have their shares being lent that don't know it. Um, you know, again, not everybody who owns it is involved in like Super Stonk or Wall Street Bets or RGME or whatever other subreddits, RGME Jungle. Like it's just Thinkorswim's really good for paper trading. Play a guitar. I mean, maybe. Sahib. I can't say I've ever done that. Thanks, Briny Cobalt. Do you have any theories as to why we have illiquidity? Yeah, there's no shares. I've been talking about that for like 15 minutes. The shares are all bought. They're all gone, dude Intente. There's none available. Be some shares there. Where did all the shares go? If all shares are bought, are we solely waiting on the shorts to return them for the next upswing? I mean, we're waiting on shorts to cover, right? Once they start covering, the price will go up. And the only thing that is going to cause people to sell is the price going up. So it's just they don't want to, right? Like that's kind of where we're at right now. That's where we've been at for a few months. When do I think they're going to start to cover? Soon. Every day's another day closer to the day they do, right? So best short hedge funds are breaking even just to keep this from running. At best, I don't think they're breaking even. It's a net loss. But they'll sustain that net loss as long as they feasibly can, right? Ballpark figure, what will this cost them? Everything. Oh, that's awesome, Baconade. Congratulations. We went down and then we went back up a little bit, but not as much as we went down. Hails. Yeah, some of the brokerages went out for like an hour or so. What are the chances they drag this out another 5 months? Be prepared for that. Shouldn't we have seen a liquidity uptick after GME joined the R1K? Why would you see that? Why would you see a liquidity uptick? We saw a lot of volume around that time. But I don't see why we would see a liquidity uptick. I'm sure that Super Stonk already says it's directly related to the price going down on GME. It's not. It was like a error in the authentication servers or something. The cult mind has already made that assumption. Some sort of fruit shit, Eric. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I know. A lot of shit was down, KO. Everything is related to GME. I think that's more just like an effect of people wanting to feel like the thing they're doing is important. There was a 32 volume candle. It'll update. It'll probably end up being higher than that in a second. Hey, we're at 1.2 million volume. 0.8 more to go to end up in second place for lowest volume. Let's try again Friday. Don't get me wrong. When this rips, it's gonna rip hard and unexpectedly. What about the FTDs due today? They got another hour and 5 minutes, right? Or they buy them before market open tomorrow? Well, retail's not exhausted of all their money, right? People have jobs. People keep putting money in every week. There's a lot of people that are buying, you know, even one share a week, right? Yeah, it could, Darth. I mean, it'll halt if it does that, but no, they have T plus 6 to deliver. They don't have an additional T plus 2 after that. So it was disgusting. Yeah. Have you had any previous luck with short? I've not really. I've never actively like hunted short squeezes. I've been in positions that were in a short squeeze. Like I got caught in the middle of one, but um, and you know that's nice when that happens. But I would say this is the first time I've like played a short squeeze because it's a short squeeze. I guess AMC. I retired at the age of 30 after buying 20 shares of GMA. Hit that 14K ask. But they can also FTD? No. You're talking about different systems. When you're talking about ETF shorts, you're talking about the T plus 6 from ETF shorting is not the same. What type of yacht are you going to buy after MOASS? I don't know yet. I'll go shopping. How much sleep are you getting right now? I don't know, like 4 hours a night about. You played this because of the fundamentals, dropped 93% of your portfolio because of the short squeeze. I dropped 93% of my portfolio because of the fundamentals. The short squeeze is just icing on the cake. What happens if they don't buy the FTDs today or tomorrow? They have to, right? Then they have to increase the price to get people to sell in order to provide them with the liquidity they need to cover. The DTCC can just hold the fails indefinitely. Not quite. You're talking about different reconciliations. One of them is a failure to deliver on a short. One of them is a failure to deliver on a synthetic short. Yeah, they can use options to cover the FTDs if the options are available, but that also pushes the price up. People still be asking the basics of MOASS. I think the shorting is more weak than other past months. Yeah, absolutely. They spent $1 billion last week, and that's more than they spent to drop us in March, right? And they barely dropped us. They only got us down to 151 at the low, and we bounced back immediately. That bull's making me hungry. I think that's what they tried to do last week, Carlos. Last week they deployed a lot of capital. They're deploying a lot of capital this week to less effect. But they deployed a lot of capital last week to drive the price down, and it was largely unsuccessful, right? I mean, even at our current price, we're only $10 off of where we started last week at. It's just it's kind of just desperation at this point as they attempt to lower the floor, and it's just not successful. They're trapped, right? But like any other animal, when you corner it, it will fight back. That's wrecking the availability of even synthetics. It's fucking up the option chain. The option chain's becoming illiquid now, right? Once there's no liquidity in the shares or the options chain, like if it reaches that point, it all just blows up, right? What do you mean, Bobo? Can you rephrase that? They would have to release more synthetics. That's not how it works. The market makers making synthetics. I mean, synthetics are only good for like a certain period of time, right? Like synthetic shorts. And they can just keep racking them up, but eventually it's going to become really fucking obvious, right? How do the options become illiquid? People aren't selling them, right? Like people are already like not really selling, like holders of GameStop are not really selling covered calls, right? As most people holding the stock assume the potential price is very high. Auto would get you best execution. Directed selling could get you slower execution in a high volatility event. The higher the price gets, the less profitable it is, and the more capital intensive it is to sell cash secured puts. So, like, as the floor keeps raising, cash secured puts get less desirable, and owners of the stock aren't selling covered calls, right? And so that's how the options change, like slowly becoming less liquid. Also, the amount of options they need to stifle the price is requiring that they buy further and further out, which costs more and more money as they pay extra for theta. No, I haven't sold covered calls. I've sold cash secured puts. I haven't for the last few weeks though. I haven't sold any cash secured puts since the week of the money offering. That Friday where we like stayed just above 200, that was the last time I sold cash secured puts. As I expected us to enter a period of volatility, and I got lucky that day. We came within like a dollar of me getting assigned. That would have sucked. I mean, not that I would mind owning another 100 shares of GameStop or whatever, but cash secured puts, just so you guys know, are a bullish bet. You're saying that the stock will not go lower than the price you're selling the put at. Anyone else having trouble posting a comment? I can see your comments. Are you trying to link something? Because if you do that, it's not gonna post. Or if you use language, banned language. It's hedging on options on the way into the future. No, I mean most of them like I can see like Citadel getting like a little more fast and loose with their hedging, but the rest of the market makers aren't going to. People think they should have covered ages ago. They were in over their head months ago. They have nothing left to do other than short and manipulate. Yeah. I don't even think, but like a lot of people think they had an out in January and didn't take it, but I don't think they had an out. I think as soon as Ryan Cohen bought in August, that was the end of it. It shouldn't close at $5 a share. What do people think? Also, cash secured puts are something I can do while I'm streaming, right? Like they don't require a lot of maintenance. They're kind of like just set it and forget it. And the resistance levels on GME are solid enough that I don't think I've gotten assigned yet. Oh, that's not true. I got assigned in March on 2, but yeah, whatever. Isn't it crazy that no one's... Why the fuck would people sell? The vast majority of shareholders are like either like up $30 or down 50. The ones that are up aren't up enough, and the ones that are down too much. They can't get people to sell without raising the price. It's the way it is. End of day poll, please. Oh yeah, sure. Let's see. Well, 180 obviously. 185. 90. 200. Let's say we have 50 minutes. If they buy hard, yeah, I guess we could hit 205, 200. Now it's 5, 15.2K limit sells. There's 2,700 at 181, 5,700 at 182. What's your opinion on gamma neutrality as a trading indicator? You can use gamma exposure, like Gex exposure data. It's hard to find like good data on it, but you can use that to determine like T+2 action in trading. Nutsaculon. It's a lot of paid data, but yeah, you can use that. It's a pretty good indicator. Pickle of the Month Club subscription. I'd love to do that. The only thing I could really give away would be like adding someone to like the Dillionaires Club manually, but it wouldn't give them access to like the YouTube benefits, which is kind of shitty. That's kind of why another reason I want to do cross streams is because like I'd be able to do that on Twitch, like give away subs. Because I my 400 calls are worth $2. They're down 99%. I don't give a shit about them anymore. Ironically, the $300 call is down less. But if we run super hard, there's a chance that the 300 prints. You make me a dillionaire. Aren't you, JC? If 10, 300 calls for tomorrow? Ouch. If we run to 225, it could. Yeah, on volatility. The IV is super low right now, so there's a lot of range on that. If we run from this to 300, 99% chance MOASS. I mean, like, our run-ups from 200 to 300 are usually pretty short. What happened to those FTDs from Friday yet? I think we saw that action play out on Tuesday, Idaho. Or some of it. From dillionaire to billionaire. I have calls 200 strike that expire tomorrow. Yeah, those could print. I mean, those will print on any upward action at all, right? Vape sponsorship in return for Dillionaires Club. I don't want to sponsor vaping. Like that's I don't want people to vape. I bet you switch red and green and WeBull settings just to mess with people tomorrow. You're probably pretty fucked on all of those except the 195s. The 220s, you might see something. It really depends what happens in after hours. I mean, you're already down 99% at this point, so who the fuck cares? How do I quit vaping? Just stop. It isn't even the money the short hedge funds have at this point. The borrow rate could be more reasonable. It's the money the entities propping them up have. Yeah, lower your nick. Yeah, Tuesday was a good day to get out of options. Can't vape if you can't breathe. Ugh, look at that. Disgusting. What just atrocious volume. Are we at 1.24 million? What does low volume tell us? That there's no liquidity and that no one's buying or selling the stock. Whoa. Will we break the lowest volume record? We might. We're pretty fucking close. I think we'll surpass it cuz it's 1.28. I'm sure we'll get some volume into close. It's just the calm before the storm, or it's just calm. If you zoom way out, it doesn't look so bad. We're like under 10 million shares traded for the week, right? It's not like we had like a high volume day and then some low volume days, right? We've just had nothing but like the last like 3 trading days have been some of the lowest volume historically. The record low is 1.5. That's for the last year, right? Digital. Yeah, I know, Irina. There's server issues right now. It's a lot of other websites as well. It's not just the brokerages. It's the calm before the calm. I mean, be prepared for that, right? 1.579 is the lowest year to date. No, this is probably the lowest year to date. July 9th. I'm expecting one, Lulu. I don't know if it'll happen or not. It would be interesting if it did. Why would I refresh WeBull? It's moving. Nothing's changed. I don't need to refresh WeBull. There's just no trading going on, Cesseron. They're not shutting down the brokers. And they shut down Robinhood in the middle of it. This looks like that whack-off pattern Kurt kept mentioning. The whole market's super low volume today. Trading views delayed, Graham. Unless you pay for it. You have to pay for live data from NYSE. 185 crew represent. A good volume data lift the spirits of some of these fellow pickles. Maybe tomorrow. Oh, I don't know. My spirits are fine, right? Do you own GameStop? You should feel pretty fucking happy. Pesky hedge funds. So look big enough to surf. Gonna have to change his Elliott skateboard. Is it just my portfolio, or is basically 95% of the market red today? Let's take a look. I mean, the majority of like high volume trading today is uh in the red. Currently today, the most traded stock, it has only traded 300 million shares. That's pretty low. It's a pretty good indicator of how low the volume. Even AMC has only traded 87 million shares today. Only 1/5 of its float. I guess that's about right. 178.88. The AMC usually trades about 50% of its float a day, hyperfuse. I didn't say calm before the storm. Just calm. Dude, where's Plunter? One of these days, Plunter will be right. Sharp. Power half hour theme in 2 minutes. Oh yeah, I didn't. Do you guys need the music to kick off the last 30 minutes of the market? God, I got so much shit to catch up on. Pull Milk Financial. Awesome, Starlight. You should play Shakira. I can't. I'll get demonetized. I need that $30 every day. So baby. God. You guys are such fucking weirdos. Dude, forget a Pluto. Currently the lowest volume in the last 3 years, Dr. Feelgood. We'll see how it closes out. How long can this low liquidity volume last? Are institutions scared to touch Jimmy? It would appear that way. Am I a mod yet? No, Flarp Floop. Yeah, Fluffiosa. I have the clip saved. I just have to edit it. How wild can Fridays be if we hit the gamma ramp and hit it hard? They could be crazy. I don't know if we've had many crazy Fridays this year, but not meant. Yeah, we haven't had a lot of crazy Fridays, but I mean, yeah, if the gamma ramp hits, it's gonna launch, right? It's significant. If it doesn't, we'll close at 185 tomorrow, which is fine, you know. DD's coming along. It'll come out when it comes out on Tente. Gamma better this week than last week? A little different. It's not as well filled, but the spikes are stronger. So like last week, it was very well filled in. From like 190 through 200 through 210 through 220. This week it's more like 190, 220, or like 190, 200, 225, 250. So it's not as consistent. Like the gamma's not as consistent all the way up. Nope, no MACD crossover. Just just edging us right on that crossover. Well, it would be nice, but if we trade sideways, yeah, we're gonna close at max span. Ideally, not below it, as bulls won out last week. So hopefully they went out again this week. Are Fridays ever exciting? Hmm. I don't know. Market makers have a lot of power. Max pain is more important than it should be. It depends on the volume. It depends on the stock. Sometimes they can be. How are in the money options looking? I could check. I haven't checked the options for a few hours. We closed above max pain last week, Greg. Like $5 above it. Hate Fridays and love Mondays. Fridays are always stinky when you're in the markets. I feel like BBKC is about to trigger again. You know what? The option site might be down. Let me try opening it in another window. Oh, there we go. $1.5 million puts sold at 100. 1.3. A lot of puts today. In the money, 1.32. Let's see. Yeah, 18 million. So significantly stronger bearish push today than yesterday. 18.7 million in puts, 12.2 million in calls. I think the Discord audio is working. Shows that it is. RP is 900 billion today. That's a jump. What was it at yesterday? Wasn't it like 896 yesterday? 50% loss on calls, or hold them tomorrow and see what happens. I can't really tell you. I don't know what strikes you're talking about. Like, under 200 strikes have an okay shot of becoming in the money. Over 200 strikes, it'd be a lot riskier to carry over. Mine are already like a 99% loss, so I'm just gonna hold them. Like, fuck it. BBKC is pretty reliable. It fired off. We didn't run, but it was a shorter trigger, I guess. When it fired off in June, we ran right up. Yeah, it was last week. We got volatility. It was just to the downside. 98, 86. Oh, okay. I feel like that's just gambling, but with extra steps. Yeah, it is a little bit. You think my 723 500s will print? No. Yep, weekly options are always gambling for the most part. If you're not out of them by like Tuesday, they're pretty much just gambling. And especially if you're picking them up like later in the week. No, just moving around in my chair. Flarp floop. See? There's both my hands. It's because my camera's mounted to my desk, so if my desk moves, then the camera moves. If we end under 180, I'll drink a glass of whiskey. What do you do if we end over 180, Ryan? You have hands. Hey, remember, every day that ends is one day closer to MOASS. If we end over, I'll drink a glass of water and go to sleep. If we end over 180, I'll shave my back. Hair on your back? I just increased my shares 100%. I now have 2. Dope, dude. You've never shaved another man's back before. I don't think I have any hair on my back. Maybe on like my lower back? Maybe you should just shave your back anyway, regardless of the closing price, Dan. Any idea why short hedge fund decided to go back to the boredom strategy? This is the whole strategy. The whole strategy is boredom. That's never changed. You don't have hair on your back so far. That might be true. If I did, though, I would wax it. Back pics are banned. I'm not sending you pics of my back. You're just trying to get in on the OnlyFans for free, no one. I can't wait for previous GME ownership to become a pickup line. Some girl's like, oh, so like, what do you do? And you're like, oh, you know, I owned 2 shares of GME. I know, but you know, it keeps me going. Kirk, do you love us all? Some of you. I definitely have favorites. The rest of the day. It's not looking super positive. I draw pickles for fun now. Have you read or done any DD that specifically focuses on can kicking? How long they could potentially keep kicking the can down? Sort of. I touched on the idea of it in the like 1% DD, but there's no way to know because we don't know their position. Like the data to create a viable hypothesis, it does not exist. So like anytime people speculate on how long they're kicking the can down the road, it's just that. I have a little too much in 200 call options. Should I sell now or wait till morning? Your theta's gonna decay rapidly. So be aware of that. But if it runs to like 195, you should print. This is John and his wife Karen. He's a pickle artist, and she's a part-time butterfly collector. They have a $23 million budget. They never tell you where the money comes from. Take care of your back and get a Herman. I've had a Herman Miller chair before. I don't like them. I really enjoyed all the stock related talk here today. The days with random discussions about food or hair products are terrible. Well, Jeff, thank you. And also, fuck you. I like talking about shit that isn't stocks sometimes. I won't just talk about stocks all day. That'd be boring. So, yeah, I'm on the fence with you. What office chair do you have? Currently, a Staples Hyken. It's garbage. It was great until I had to sit in it for 7 hours a day, but I have a new chair on the way at some point. I don't know. It's like shipping from China, or I guess. Vis-a-vis cart and boat. Like not like an ocean liner based on the time period. It seems like maybe they're rowing it here. Dude Entente, I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, you're not on the list. Until you stop being 20 years old and over leveraged, you will not be on that list. Triggered. People aren't happy with my comments. Now I know how Warden feels. Why have you lost people thousands of dollars? Maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars? Talk more about Ted Kaczynski. Where were you going with that one? Just wondering if people had read it. It's an interesting read. I mean, sure, he's crazy, but he was really smart. Am I on the list? I don't know. Stop looking for validation from a YouTube streamer. If you have to ask if you're on the list, then you're not on the list. See, even your response to that, Entente, was just irksome. I find you irksome. Notice me. Kirk, will you be my wife's boyfriend? No, thank you. Are there any Dans in the top 20? Only one. Verify I've been here for months. Just poor cheap, too cheap to be a member. That's cool, man. I appreciate you following along and being here. I know you've been here, Jeff. I don't care if people are members or not. It's not why I do this. I'm sure the guy who asked for Pigeon Whale is number one. I don't know who that was. Misenunciation Day. I was here before YouTube existed. I mean, obviously, I have a preference for people who've been here the longest, right? But there's some new people that are fun every day. I'm a lowly GME trader. I still water their parents' plants because I'm too cheap to pay someone to do it for me. I feel like I do a lot of unnecessary things because I'm too cheap. Like work that I really don't need to be doing, but I'm doing it because I'm too cheap to have someone else do it. Weekend DD was a good testament as to why you do this. We all appreciate you, like Kenny appreciates Maya. Thanks, Matt. I've seen the list, and the list goes like this: Zakura's wife's Hambanan, Geometer Uranus, Grizzled Primate, Oh, that's it. Oops. I like how you put yourself on the list. Zakir is definitely number one. But that's just because time and time again he has proven an invaluable part of this channel's existence. Donde stuff volume. Well, we beat the historical low, but we're still under the yearly. One DT to be purely roasted by an internet stock streamer for it. You have failed me. You got a shot, bro. 180 seems to be like an important number. I've made mention of that. I don't know who Grizzled Primeape is. I'm assuming he's referring to you. What happened to OG Dan? He's now known as Oracle Dan. He just keeps changing his name. And he stopped shilling TDA. There he is. So the T plus is garbage? No, just wrong. Like a lot of things. Afro. I'm so cheap I only donate from here. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Believe me, it makes a difference. Like going through the Ko-Fi over going through YouTube is definitely relevant. But sometimes people just want to pay for what they say to be heard, and I get that. I formally perfected listening to the stream while getting absolutely peeled at work. Keep losing my shit at people. Nice. It sounds like you're on your way to becoming a full-time trader, Windmill. I think like a year into paper trading is like really when it broke for me. So I was like, I could just be making so much more money not dealing with all you fucking people. That's really when I started to get kind of shitty at my job. Smoother, thank you so much, dude. Need a ranked list posted to our Dillionaire. We're not even at 1.4 million volume. Eric doesn't judge people based on a list, but by the size of their dillions. Oh, they came in too fast. Tons of fun and my favorite TV show by far. Thank you so much. What's the other one? Oh god, there's too many. Leroy Jenkins. What's with the donation FOMO? Already peasant, non Nolly's signing off. Thanks for the stream chat. Thanks, Hartley. Once again, tons of fun. Pumpkin scented beer farts. You're still in here? Leroy Jenkins. Thank you guys. I don't even care about the list. What list? Totally unrelated to the list. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much. Ko-Fi FOMO. Dan Matthews. The Dans are people you depend on. We cook your meals. We haul your trash. We connect your calls. We drive your ambulances. We guard you while you sleep. It's just me personally. First rule of Dan Club. How long is this thing? Does this continue? Oh, okay. Monkey Danja, thank you so much, dude. New list update. Warden delete. Matt Kors. Elliot Wave Guy. Andrew More Money. Adam Aaron. Are these my most hated people? Make a Dan a mod or we'll boof Pickles and tell the world you told us to. I don't care what you do with the pickles. Why are we all donating? Thank you, guys. Thank you, Kaiser. And Monkey Danja. And Jimmy to Uranus. And Eddie Q. 11, maybe? I don't know. 11 what? We had a nice, look, our largest green volume spike of the day right here. 17,000 shares. Followed by 12,000. Dan for mod. You, shut up, Dans. If you mod a Dan, I'll call the cops. I'm not modding you guys. It's not happening. Gonna end lowest volume of 2021. It looks like it. Yep. Ding ding. Closed out 178.29. Alethea, don't say my name. You'll make me blush. It's too late. I already said it. Thank you guys so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Let's see what happens in aftermarket. It could be exciting. I'm interested. Thank you for all you do to keep us going. You're welcome, man. As always, guys, remember, tomorrow is another day where the shorts haven't covered. I'll see you all bright and early in the morning at 9 a.m. So I hear you have a list. Thank you guys so much, and have a great night.